Da?
Sau așa? Așa?
Good morning, friends. Welcome to the second day of Digital Transformation and Financial Inclusion Conference. It's the second day of the conference, and after yesterday, we learned a bit more about the effects the war has on IT companies, on the financial system in Moldova, on the way consumers see that. After we learned more about everything that digital transformation and compliance means from perspective of money laundering and data privacy, but also from a perspective of cybersecurity. So now we will try to focus on two other very important dimensions related to digital transformation and financial inclusion. Namely, we will have to share, to talk about some very important topics. First of all, we will continue with a very interesting topic that we started to discuss yesterday, and we saw from international perspective about that. So today we will look at it from a more settled implementation perspective, and that is the way that one of our colleagues, one of our members, implements the PSD2 directive or open banking in Romania. Like yesterday, we saw a general overview, but today we'll see more local experience and storytelling. Besides that, we'll have two dedicated sections, one of them about e-commerce and another one about financial inclusion, where we will try to discuss about these two very important topics, which are on the agenda of the Digital Transformation Committee of the American Chamber of Commerce. And I am Veronica Sirețeanu, Deputy Director of American Chamber of Commerce, and I am the coordinator of the Digital Transformation Committee at AmCham. We organize this event with the support of our partners in this effort and adventure of ours. And that includes FinCon Bank, UTE Credit, MasterCard, Molcel, Visa, and our knowledge partner, PwC Moldova. If you want to watch the conference in Romanian, you can continue to do that on this channel. In case if you want to watch it in English, you could do it on the English channel, both in social media of AmCham, on YouTube and on Privesc EU. You can watch our second day of the conference. Having said that, I can only tell you that we really like that you are actively participating, both the ones in the room with us and the ones behind the screens. So we are glad when you are active participants in the conference discussions. So I encourage you to provide comments to the streaming that you watch or ask questions here in the room so that we can make sure that your curiosity or the curiosity that made you participate in this event would be entirely satisfied. Having said that, I leave you in good hands, in the hands of the person who is actually responsible for the activity of Visa in Moldova and is also the chair of the Digital Transformation Committee AmCham Moldova, Sergei Stoyanov, and we'll see each other very soon again. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Veronica, for the introduction. I think we can start our panel, which is about digital banking. I would like to introduce Tudor Darie, CEO of Fagura, and he's the person who tries to do something in this field, both in Moldova and tries to do that in Romania. Tudor, please tell us how it works out, what doesn't work out, what are the challenges, and what we should do in Moldova to make sure that digital banking is implemented here as well. Hi, Sergio. Hello, everyone who's watching us. Today, I am going to speak about some of the challenges that we encounter when we start to implement digital banking. Of course, there are dozens, hundreds of them every day in the moment when banks or other financial institutions try to accelerate their digital transformation. But if we look at them all together, we can synthesize and highlight some of them. So I started from the customer perspective. Because the customer comes first and foremost. And I said that like every transformation has to be customer centered. So I will present today 4 major challenges that I believe are important for every financial institution when we want to move on with digital transformation. From my point of view, I would like to first say that the best bank for me is the bank that I never have to visit. If I have to go to the bank to benefit of a certain service, it already means that something's wrong. So we start from the concept of self-service, which means the client should have a possibility not just from 9 to 5 or to 4:45 or 5:30. You need to make the payment, otherwise the payment is not processed. Because when we talk about digital banking, as I see it, the service should be available at any time, midnight, because you may be in another time zone, or maybe you need to make an urgent payment on Saturday or Sunday. Your service should be 1 click away, and it should not be related to certain time periods. And then when we talk about digital transformation, we see some attempts, meaning that we offer you the possibility to use digital services, but for that, you need to come to our office and sign for it. So this is already not a digital service. Like all digital services should be entirely automated. And as I said before, the best bank is the one you never visit. From the moment you downloaded the bank's app and down to the moment you can benefit of the entire process. This all should happen online. It's like each of us creates a Gmail or a Netflix account or any other application. We don't go to Netflix office or Google office to open an account. We do it very simple. So the biggest bottleneck we have right now in Moldova is the stage of client identification. So starting the business with a client. And I'm glad that some steps are made ahead. We're talking about regulation, about the EQIC, but this process has to be fought in a way that it could be serviced 100% online. Because if a client needs to go to sign some paper, we will have to suffer. The process has to be engineered to be online entirely. And then there is a challenge related to technological solutions that could be used. Because from what I understand, some authorities want financial institutions to develop their own EQIC solutions, which is a huge cost. And the recommendation that we had from discussions with some authorities is for those EQIC services that exist in the EU and are compatible with the directive. So they have to be automated or recognized on the territory of Moldova. And in the moment where you use different service at European level, you are deemed compatible with the Moldovan legislation in terms of remote identification. If we think this way, we will certainly make a step ahead. Otherwise, as I was saying before, if the client has to go to the bank, there is a bug in the system. The second concept, the second major challenge I'd like to speak about is open banking. And when I say open banking in Moldova, first of all, we mean the EU PSD2 directive, which the European Union implemented it, and banks applied it in Moldova, talking about applying and implementing it in 1 or 2 years, which makes a 4 to 5 years difference from this directive being implemented in Moldova. And I don't mean that there's a long period of time between approving and implementing it in Moldova, but there are also technological issues that will be encountered, because the experience we see in Europe after PSD2 was implemented shows that actually many banks implemented the directive the way they understood. The technical standards are implemented differently from a bank to another. The APIs that were developed are also very different, meaning that the third-party applications that need to connect to the bank infrastructure do it, well, have a difficult time doing it because every integration is very different. And from this point of view, given that Moldova is only starting to implement this directive, I think it's a very suitable time for us to think about the technical aspect of the integration. Maybe these APIs can be made uniform. What's the precise suitable solution? I think we need people from the banking sector, national bank, other market players to sit down and talk to find the most suitable solution, because it would be a pity that if we don't learn from the experience of implementing this directive in the EU. I think that's very important. At the same time, the directive opens a lot of opportunities for competition, provision of better quality services, and integration with some fintech projects. The third major challenge I see is the entirely digital experience of a client, of a digital customer. Because currently the customer is perceived as a person who comes, picks a ticket, waits in the queue, and then has to wait and then gets a service. COVID accelerated the digital transformation. Overnight, clients could not go to the bank because of sanitary reasons or health reasons. Therefore, it was necessary to have digital procedures to benefit of services. So this acceleration was pushed forward, and anyway, important steps were made to this end. And then there are challenges in the way the customer understands how to use these services, because customer retention is not like it was before. If you become a client of a bank, a client would usually stay with that bank the entire life. In digital world, if you don't like something about the banking app, you easily download another app from Google Play or App Store, and in a couple of clicks, you moved all your money to a different banking service. You know, it's the same with cell phones. If you don't like a cell provider, you go to another one. If you don't like an internet provider, you move to another one. This will happen in the banking industry very soon. So it's very important that we are aware about this and how the clients decide to interact. Another aspect is acquiring new customers, especially clients that don't have a banking account yet, adolescents. From their point of view, if they want to benefit of a service, as I was saying before, they want a fully digital experience so that in a couple of clicks they can go through the eKYC, can benefit of services, and the banks that will manage to transform and provide them this entirely digital experience will have an increase in clients from this category. The ones that will require physical presence will suffer. The last aspect I would like to talk about is about the crypto industry. Somehow, this is a topic that the Moldovan authorities will probably deem to be challenging, but if we were to go back in history, every time a major innovation came to the market, it was viewed with a lot of resistance by authorities, and that is natural. Authorities want to protect what exists already, first of all. But we need to understand that, like a couple of decades ago, highways were built, and we were thinking we don't need that in Moldova because we are still using cards. But you know, the highways led to economic growth, faster exchange of goods, faster transport from point A to point B. But in Moldova, we don't have them yet. And then in 5 years from now, we would realize that digital transformation using crypto in the banking sector will, I think this will happen very fast, and we will realize that we are again 5-10 years behind the civilized world. So we don't need to issue keys and licenses right away, but nothing prevents us from starting to analyze the sector and see what are the practical aspects that we can benefit from. So I prepared an example on the slide, like what's the problem if today a software based on blockchain would be engineered where banks, non-financial institutions, crediting institutions would make an additional analysis about AML and PP based on a blockchain technology. That would be a rather simple project to be implemented with some will that could be done quite fast, and then we can use the technology behind crypto blockchain in a very easy way. It's important to be willing, and it's the same with the sandbox. Every time we talk to the national bank, there is this. Why do we need that? There are not so many fintech projects in Moldova, but we don't have many innovations because we don't have a suitable framework for that. First of all, authorities should provide this sandbox so that every initiative of a fintech project, of a bank that would like to test a technology that is not regulated today, could go to the national bank, apply for it, have it approved in a couple of weeks, and they could test the project for 1 year, 1.5 years. In the meanwhile, the legislation would be developed. So I think we should think and be proactive and display more initiatives and understand that everything in the crypto industry, this new industry, is not something that we think, why should we implement it? Because it will exist anyway. We should think, when will we manage to do that and how will we manage to do that? These are the questions we should think about. And that's why in the workshop with Sergey, I hope we'll get into more details. That was a very brief introductory presentation to the topic I want to discuss. Thank you very much, Tudor. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. I have several questions. Digital bank without client visits to the bank. What do we do with the cash? That's still a major part of our life, our economy. We need to add money to our accounts. We should have something in our virtual accounts that we will open through apps so that we can use them. How do we do that? Of course, it would be a utopia to think that cash will disappear tomorrow morning in Moldova, especially given that in Moldova we still have a shadow economy that's quite significant. At the same time, we should look at information technology, that cash will not disappear, but it will be significantly reduced. This will speed up the bank transactions. You will not have to pick the money from point A, wait in the bank, deposit the money and make the transfer. It will take half a day. But you could do that in one click. Money would be transferred to the bank you want it to be transferred to. So the cost will be much shorter time, and you reduce significantly the shadow economy component. There are lots of benefits. We should not be afraid to embrace digital transformation. Thank you. We just need to see the way to achieve this goal in order to reduce the cash in the economy. So at first stage, we still need to have something in order to be able to deposit money into an account. I know that Fagura is a very important player in crediting, and I wanted to learn what kind of cryptocurrency credit accounts you have. Maybe not in Moldova, in Romania, let's say, but are you doing something in this field? If Fagura announces today that starting tomorrow we use crypto in our investment and crediting activity, I think that until the evening we will see that our license is withdrawn from the National Committee of the Financial Market. So I was just saying that we need to be open to this technology, and authorities should test and see the way they can regulate it, but at the same time not to lag behind these developments. And the ones, the players on the market should find practical use cases for crypto, because in our team we have been discussing for more than a year of how we could use crypto, and that's not an easy exercise. Well, let's say we could create a Fagura coin, but then what's a practical use of that coin? People, companies, like individuals, will they get credits in crypto? Let's imagine a cafe around the corner. They take a credit in crypto, some Moldovan lei. In the meanwhile, crypto can appreciate for tenfold, and then how will this company reimburse the credit? They will just fail. This is a high risk. So there should be processes behind it, and the customers should feel the usefulness of such services, not just for the sake of crypto. So we have a use case that we are discussing, but we will implement it when we have implementation solutions that would be in line with the legislation, when we collaborate with institutions that have work on crypto, but they also financial institution. I can share briefly a concept that we analyze. It's not the only one. There are several options, but for investors that make the investment, let's say they invest 10,000 euros. They invested 100, 200, 300 loans so that they can diversify their risks. And then when the person who got the credit makes the payment back in the same currency they received the loan, so there is no crypto risk. And the money comes back to the loaner. But at the which, if the credit issue once, they can get the interest rate back in crypto. So it's not about multiplying the money. They keep their main investment, and the added value generated by the investment could be transformed into crypto. This is an example of how this can happen in order not to expose to a major risk. This is a discussion with them, and there were suggestions from them for us to think about an internal coin, not necessarily a crypto coin, just some internal coin that they could obtain depending on the amounts they invest, the return they have on the platform, and with these coins they could buy some Fagora products like a branded backpack or t-shirt so that you can transform and move it forward. So there are some practical aspects that we need to make it carefully, not to expose the clients to high risks. Thank you. Why do you think we should launch some sort of crypto leu created in Moldova so that we could have a stable coin in Moldova to be used by people instead of a traditional leu? Do you see any perspectives for it? Well, there are different directions, and probably not even the crypto industry does not know what will be the version that will be more successful. You could take a centralized approach where a state issues a coin and it's controlled by the authorities, and there are some initiatives like that at international level, and I think it would be beneficial to do that in Moldova as well, to test it. On the other hand, crypto is generally decentralized. It's not necessarily a person that controls the process. There are hundreds of thousands, millions of people who have a small fraction of a coin, and it is decentralized. So what is the healthier model, a decentralized or a fully centralized or a mixture of both? It's not clear, and the crypto industry also undergoes some transformation processes, and we will have to see what will be in the end the healthiest scenario possible. It's premature to say which should be one way or another. Do we have any questions in the room? If not, I have one more question. Will we see Fagora Bank in Moldova as a digital bank? Well, let's start from Fagora vision. Our global long-term vision is to help people generate some prosperity that would be passed on to the next generations, not necessarily get a profit from today to tomorrow that we pocket and we forget about it, we spend it. We want to generate prosperity that we pass to the next generations. In terms of our mission, we want in the future years to create a community digital bank by means of which people could invest in various financial instruments, get loans very quickly, transfer money from a person to another. This is our mission. So based on this mission of a community digital bank, we don't want to have a digital bank like Digital Maib or Victoria Bank, Digital Victoria Bank or Digital FinCon Bank. We want, first of all, to have a digital bank that has a community behind. The added value does not go to the shareholders as it's done in the traditional world, but it would go to the members of the community. So we, as shareholders of Fagora, we will have just a little fraction, a commission for intermediating this transaction. So maybe have a subscription fee for using the platform. We analyze the potential of it. But generally, we want to make it sure that people can make transactions fast as possible, and meant also for investors that can finance people and So we are talking about a people's bank in a way, community bank. Yes, a community bank. That's what I was saying. The community concept behind it. We saw that actually we tried to develop a crowdfunding system. Today we are a crowdfunding on the lending component, but in the long run, we don't want to stay a crowdfunding platform. I saw this concept of community we have behind is our main asset. And then the discussions we have with investors and with the ones that get credits, we talk about how much they like the product, and we have many entities. So we have people who have credits with the bank and they refinance their credits with Fagora because the interest rate is smaller than with the bank. But we see people from the traditional financial area, they migrate towards our kind of services. And we think that the future financial services peer-to-peer, where payments will be made from person to person, and banks will be just money reserves where clients' money are stored, because it should be a secure place and banks are a suitable thing for that. But the way people decide to use their money will be based on third-party apps that connect to these banks in a much easier way. These apps can be developed by fintechs or by fintechs together with banks, or by banks if they want to move into fintech more. So it wouldn't be real that it wouldn't be real for us to imagine that banks will disappear. No, they will exist, keep existing. I don't think that fintechs would replace banks. We shouldn't think that fintechs come in and banks will die. No, fintech are just covering a component that the banks don't. So it's a space not covered by banks, and fintechs start to do that, and only partially they overlap with the banking. Well, the big danger for the banks comes from the technological area, from Amazon, Facebook, because they will come with a purpose to replace the financial sector, and that's a bigger danger for banks. But generally, I think that banks and fintech should be best friends and provide services. As I said from the very beginning, the client should come first and foremost, and if they are customers, and that we will find best solutions for the client's benefit. If I understand correctly, we have now banks that are bank-centered. They have models centered on technology or on banking. But if we have banks that are client-centered, they will compete very well with the fintechs, or will become fintechs. Yes, in essence, banks will transform into fintechs, and I think this process will be sped up by means of partnerships from the fintech field. Going back to PSD2, I know that PSD3 is being prepared right now. What do you think? Shouldn't we start from PSD3 right away, implementing those provisions, and not implement PSD2 and then move to PSD3? Well, if we wait for PSD3 to be approved and after that for us to take it over and implement it in Moldovan legislation, it will take at least 4 or 5 years from now. So we shouldn't wait. What is already available, moreover, the lessons learned based on PSD2 implementation in other countries, I think are good enough for us to be able to take over this experience as well as possible, to transpose it into our local legislation and to find technical solutions to implement the technical standards of PSD2 and the APIs to be created in a way that they could easily connect banks among them, and for the fintechs to be able to connect easily, because objectively we don't have that many fintechs in Moldova. We shouldn't imagine that Fagora or someone else overnight will take over a significant part of the banking field. Before fintechs develop, an opportunity for banks is to develop their client portfolio from other clients in the customer. So if Maiba Victoria bank accelerates faster through APIs from a super fine app they develop, they could manage money of clients from our competitor bank. This is an innovation. So what do you think? These APIs should be developed at country level or not? Because I think a good solution would be for eGov to be the one who develops or manages them, at least, for them to be like an international standard for all players. What do you think about that?
Trebuie să găsit o soluție și de preferat o soluție unică de
That's exactly what I was saying. We have to find a single standard solution so that the integration is simple. So if we have a single interconnection portal, so that the customer connects in one single point and has access to all banks, that would be an ideal solution. But we have to see if banks would accept such a formula. But also we have to see the position of the central bank, of the national bank. But I believe that that would be a reasonable solution because it will be more cost efficient. And if we focus on the customer, it will be a solution comfortable for customers. What about eKYC? I think that would be a good solution as well. eGov to be the one to manage the solution that would be accepted by everyone in Moldova and used by everyone in Moldova. Or what do you think about that? Or we could invite someone from the big suppliers that have already the solution in place as a national operator. Well, I think we will have to use a mixed version here. On the one hand, what the e-governance agency is doing with this MobiSign application to be launched in the following weeks, once the law is approved, will be a great opportunity to have a mass adoption of qualified advanced e-signature, I hope, because currently we have the technical solution, but it is not yet widely used by the 2 million inhabitants that we have, plus the several 100,000, almost 1 million abroad. So if we have an application, I think things will progress quickly. But I believe it will not be correct to say that we will allow client identification only on the basis of MobiSign. Why do I say that? Because we have some international projects. For example, we, FAGRA, would like to become a global alternative investment project. We don't want to stay in the Republic of Moldova only. We are waiting to get an European license to be able to work on the EU market. That's why we need a solution that is compatible at the European Union level or at the global level. That's why we have an agreement contract with IFIDO, a global player that offer a solution not only to identify the customer, but also to check this customer in various databases, the list of international terrorists, PEPs, and so on. That would be a huge advantage compared to what eGov can provide. For example, if for a notary, MobiSign would be enough, but for other projects, they might need more advanced solutions that would be compliant with the law of various countries, including EU legislation. That's what I was saying. It would be useful for the authorities to recognize the solutions that already exist in EU. For example, if a solution was already authorized in France, Romania, Germany, it means that it is structured in terms of processes and it's compliant with all the regulations. So it would be natural to have it recognized for the Moldovan market as well. Because we cannot imagine that the global suppliers like FIDO would come to request a license for the Republic of Moldova only. So the banks will need to have some eKYC solutions, but if they are locally developed, they will cost a lot, and this cost will be reflected on the customer. Thank you. Are there any questions from people present in the room or maybe online? No, there are no questions. All right. Then I have one more question to you. PSD2 in the Republic of Moldova is not yet implemented. In Romania, you are using it, and you already have, I know that you already have some issues with the implementation in terms of various APIs and so on. So my question is, how should we organize the implementation of PSD2 in the Republic of Moldova? Should we establish a task force maybe, or an interagency task force, so that a solution is developed, a solution that will be well designed from very beginning so that we can avoid the problems that you have encountered in Romania or in other countries. So should we participate actively in this area, or let the government do whatever they can? So when we say the government or the state, it's all of us, including the authorities. Because in Moldova, when people say state, they think only about the government, presidency, and some other public authorities. But the state, it's all of us. But I believe that we have to start from a different point of view. I think it would be useful to approve a document on several papers, which would stipulate that innovations, investments in startups, information technologies are declared a national priority, because we have proved via various projects that we are much more advanced compared with even some EU countries. In eGov, we are more advanced than Romania, for example. So we do have expertise in Moldova. So if at the state level, at the country level, we declare innovations, startups, financial services, public services as a priority, then I believe it would be much easier to progress in other areas, including, why am I saying this? Because authorities have different positions. If you discuss with the Minister of Economy and then you have a discussion with the Minister of Finance, you'll see totally different positions. But after that, you go to the intelligence service and then you go to the central bank, you'll see totally different worlds. We are trying to move things in the crowdfunding area. We talk to one authority and they say, everything is great that you are doing, we support you. But then you go to talk to somebody else and they say, if you launch this service in the Republic of Moldova, we will write a complaint to the prosecution office and you'll be in trouble. We actually had such a response from some authorities. That's why I say it would be good to have a short paper approved at the national level, because everybody needs to see the cubic from the same angle. But today, everybody has their own vision. When we speak about sandbox, our friends from the National Bank should not tell us, yes, but the National Bank law does not stipulate anything about sandbox. Of course, we don't have such provisions because we did not have a sandbox before, but we can amend the law. We can introduce these provisions in the law. For the past 4 or 5 years, we did not make any progress at all. And it would be a pity if we do not move quickly now. This should be declared as a priority, and all the stakeholders, government, parliament, central bank, all of us, we have to go into the same direction. Now, everybody is pushing into a different direction. And if we have everybody pushing into the same direction, we will progress quicker. Let's take the example of Ukraine, for example. Well, for some processes, they are a bit lagging behind us, whereas for other processes, they are already ahead of us. But they said, we would like for the citizen to be able to interact with the government via his or her intelligent phone, smartphone. And if we start from this relatively simple vision, everyone will look towards that direction. Everyone will move towards this direction. And if we have to approve equal KYC and other things, then everybody should be on board. Thank you very much, Tudor. If there are no other questions, let's stop here. It was very interesting, our discussion, and hopefully we'll see Fagura Bank in Moldova sometimes, and we'll have a customer center, a successful one. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bună ziua tuturor încă o dată. Revenim la conferința noastră.
Good morning again. We are back. The next panel is dedicated to e-commerce. E-commerce has a very important role in the country's economy. From the pandemic period, it has become very important, and it will become even more important in the future. We have a special panel that will be moderated by Marina Bzovy, Executive Director of ATIC, Deputy President of the Economic Council, and a promoter of e-commerce. Marina, please. Thank you very much. Welcome to this very special panel. As it was mentioned already, now we will be discussing about e-commerce, or better said, about the new reality. A reality when, if we say commerce, we don't mean going to a certain shop to buy something. We go online, we make the procurement online, and then we wait for the products to be delivered at home or to be delivered also online if we are speaking about services. We have 5 panel speakers together with me here. We will discuss about the e-commerce, the future plans, government's agenda about e-commerce, the challenges that we have encountered from the perspective of the customers or perspective of businesses or companies in this area. The first speaker that we will be discussing about e-commerce is a policy manager at AmCham. And together with Dorel Noroc, we will discuss more details about the new realities, regional challenges, and what we could do to extend the market. Then Denisa Avram will join us online. She is Public Affairs Manager for Southeastern Europe at Glovo. And then we will discuss with Eugenia. Eugenia will be with us as Head of Banking Cards and Digital Products Division at FINCON Bank. The national agenda for e-commerce will be presented by Vitalie Tarlev. Mr. Tarlev is digitalization expert at Economic Council to the Prime Minister. And then Anzhela Kashperuk, representative, better said, Director CISCE of Visa. She's responsible for digital solution at Visa. Let's start with Dorel Noroc. He has broad experience in the area of e-commerce, and we would like to find out more about the future potential, in particular the regional development prospects of e-trade in Moldova. Thank you very much, Marina. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let's see from the very beginning what e-commerce means and what are the advantages of this instrument for the Republic of Moldova. In Moldova, we have many people with extraordinary skills. For example, in the handicraft, they do certain clay objects or certain music instruments that are extraordinary. So it's possible for them to have about 10 customers in the Republic of Moldova. But if we introduce e-commerce as other countries are doing, and if we report the number of inhabitants, or if we compare the number of inhabitants in the Republic of Moldova with the number of inhabitants worldwide, then I think these handicrafts might have even more than 300,000 customers if they go globally. At the same time, someone from Bucharest, Bratislava, New York, Sydney, when they wake up in the morning, they would like to taste some Moldovan wine, maybe. So they could order this wine by a single click, and then a second click to pay for this product. And then they will have the taste of this wine in the evening. So maybe it sounds like a fairy tale right now, but things are evolving very quickly. The logistics is developing quickly, and the delivery times are shorter and shorter. Unfortunately, today, other countries are already discussing about how to further develop e-commerce, but we are still at quite an early stage. E-commerce is already a train that is moving at high speed, and the question is how we, as a country, will enter this train as a consumer or as a beneficiary of this instrument. Unfortunately, today, we are still a consumer. We are not a beneficiary almost at all. And the first question is why? Why, when we buy a good at quite a large distance from China, for example, this good coming to Moldova is cheaper than a good that we deliver to Bucharest or Iași? So these are the questions that we have to think about, and we have to dismantle the impediments to e-commerce. Why e-commerce is important for the Republic of Moldova? E-commerce is useful in particular for developing countries as the Republic of Moldova, for the SMEs that the Republic of Moldova focuses on, because it will offer an extraordinary potential, unlimited potential. And number three, it is for young people, first of all. The Jakes, founder of Alibaba, used to say that e-commerce is loved by young people. And what is loved by young people has a future. So what we should do to get where we want to be? Number one, we should not worry when we do not regulate a certain area. And here, for e-commerce, I would try to avoid as much as possible the word regulation. No, vice versa. We have to deregulate this area. If we have an area that is evolving quickly, then the regulation will not keep the pace and will stop the evolution. I think this is already an axioma that you cannot cope. We cannot keep pace with the developments. That's why we should not regulate strictly the e-commerce. We need zero costs related to customs formalities when we export via e-commerce. And we have to make sure that these goods are delivered at zero costs. I was also speaking about regulation and deregulation. And the solution here is digitalization. We need to digitalize as much as possible the logistics, the process of customs formalities, especially for the export of parcels. When we prepare policies on e-commerce, all of us, I've seen it in the previous sessions, when the previous speaker said that a state is all of us, the public authorities, businesses, people living in the country. So we have to think that when we develop e-commerce, we offer to young people a chance to sell their products on the international market. Another factor that would help the development of e-commerce is the integration of the Republic of Moldova on international and regional platforms. And here I would like to underline a platform that AmCham has the pleasure to represent. It is e-commerce for all. It is for CEFTA countries, Macedonia, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, Albania, and Montenegro. This platform is intended to facilitate e-commerce by providing enough information both for consumers and for the SMEs that would like to broaden the customer base. This is a platform that is still being developed. It will be implemented in 3 stages. And it was prepared with the support of colleagues from GIZ, and 9 associations are involved from each of those countries, and the Republic of Moldova is represented by AMCHA Moldova. So we have the honor and responsibility to be present in this area. The main modules of this platform is to provide statistical data and information about e-commerce. And here that's a great opportunity to compare ourselves with the other countries to see where we are. So we will have the tendency and will be proud if we make it to the top among these countries. Also, the consumers will have a chance to get information about the legislation of those countries, both in English and in the national language of those countries. The payment system of the interaction of these countries will be facilitated, the delivery process and success stories on this platform. So I encourage you to use this platform. What other regional prospects do you see to develop e-commerce in Moldova? 2 or 3 steps that we have to do in the following 2 or 3 years, in your opinion. The first step, we have to liberalize as much as possible the export of parcels. The European Union, considering its difficult lawmaking process, because to have a directive approved, they have a lot of procedures to pass, but nevertheless, they are much more advanced in this area than the Republic of Moldova. They already have rules that stipulate very simple customs procedures in tandem with digitalization of all of the processes. Moreover, we have to adjust to the economic processes. I've said already previously that it is not the businesses that have to adjust to regulations, but the regulations should be adjusted to businesses. And if there are companies that have different processes, for example, it's working with Asian countries, another company is working with European countries, and they have different processes, then we need to be able to provide solutions for both countries, for both of these processes that they have. Thank you very much, Dorel. And let's continue to discuss about challenges about e-commerce. Denisa Avram from Glovo. She is online. She will tell us more about their experience of entering the market, their experience on the Moldovan market. Denisa has experience in a number of European countries, so she can tell you, she can tell us some comparison with other countries, and also she'll tell us about the experience of Glovo. Denisa, if you're us, please tell us more about, from the very beginning, Glovo Moldova and the next stages.
Thank you very much, Marina. And I would like to say that I'm so sorry I'm not in Chișinău, because I really love visiting Chișinău, but I am glad that I can be at least online with you. I would like to start by saying a little bit about me and about Glovo and our background in Moldova and what we are currently doing. For the beginning, as Marina said, I deal with Southeastern Europe, but I could speak about cross-border trade as well, because before Glovo I worked for eBay and also related to regulation of e-commerce platforms. So I have experience, even though we as a company, Glovo, are quite local and we do local e-commerce, but I could speak about cross-border as well. I hope that everyone has used Glovo at least once. Of course, it is an online platform that's an intermediary between users and partners, local restaurants and shops, and courier that was created in 2015 in Barcelona, Spain. And Glovo was launched in Romania and Southeastern Europe first, where's our regional office. And I can tell you that we are one of a few external platforms that ventured to Moldova, and we're happy and we were well received. Currently, I think we are present in 3 cities in Moldova, Chișinău, Belz, and Dorhei. We have over 400 partners, and the partners are restaurants and shops, and over 95% of them are SMEs, which is very important. We are talking about, a cafe around the corner or also a shop around the corner. Currently, we have more than 300 active couriers weekly and 60,000 orders per month and around 2,000 new users per week. And I was saying that we got into this adventure because it wasn't easy. Why? Because usually when we leave the EU, it's quite difficult to enter a country. There are different methods. We need to adapt to the local context, which is normal. But we see that there are some trends that could be exported for us to better integrate. The most difficult thing for us was to adapt at least the license, the authorization, to adapt to the payment methods. And secondly, digital tax recording. These were the biggest obstructions we saw in Moldova, and they are really and seriously addressed by state authorities. I saw many draft legal acts that are meant to liberalize everything related to digital taxation, and I think that we are really moving into this direction. Well, in relation to taxation, I understand that you, having the experience from Romania, you found some differences and practices in terms of practices of authorities, but also in terms of companies that you work with. And we mean these around the corner SMEs, and not only. Maybe it's because of lack of knowledge in this field, or lack of experience with online and digital taxation generally. Could you provide some more details to us? Well, I could say that the biggest obstacle was that as a company working only in digital format, for us generating tax receipts, we would like it to be online, digital. But we saw that because of some problems that could be done, and currently we still have problems with that, and we hope that soon they will be solved. But indeed, we are moving in the right direction, I think. And also, we see that the uptake of online platform, it's difficult for us to convince the shops around the corner, as we were calling them, to become members of a platform because they don't understand. For instance, we have a payment term that is longer, and sometimes they're afraid that we wouldn't pay, but that's not like that, because in this 1 month term, we will certainly make the payments. Just it has some delay. Well, in relation to the banking sector, given that you certainly cooperate with the Moldovan banking sector, did you encounter any specific challenges that are different from banking sectors in other countries? Yes and yes. I would say that this is mostly related to, let's say, a delivery. But in Moldova, a lot of cash is still being used for payments. And for that, the couriers are third parties it's really difficult for them to deposit the money or to manage to. So having money deposited from a third party is a really difficult thing for the banks, and it's a quite difficult process. We are also intermediaries for payments or on all transactions that are on the platform, and then we distribute depending on the distribution model. I know you have a lot of discussions about some amendments that would be necessary, or a number of solutions, including, let's say, excluding the fiscal receipt that is strictly on paper and moving to a digital receipt, especially if clients would accept such a practice. Could you please tell us what other solutions did you discuss internally and you try to promote, including in the Republic of Moldova? Mainly, it's ensuring the equivalence of a paper fiscal receipt to a digital fiscal receipt, and sending, for instance, if tax authority comes and wants to see the platform offers you a transparency, and it's much more important than what would happen if it's not digital, meaning that we in any case can show all the transactions, and in case if the Ministry of Finance has any issue ever with us, it wouldn't be a problem for us to show them. But making this equivalence of a paper receipt with a digital receipt would be the most important thing, and of course submitting that to authorities. Thank you very much, Denisa. I was very curious about the licensing procedure. I know it took you a longer time, so could you give us an estimate of how long it took you, and if there are any details you'd like to share with us regarding getting the authorization? That's normal, because we work at European level with a provider of payment system. We're not intermediaries for payments. We have an intermediary, so we somehow intermediate, but we have a payment provider that we use who is authorized in Europe, but is not authorized in Moldova. And that's their business decision of not getting authorized here. In order to work in Moldova, we needed to work with a local bank to develop an intermediation system. But I believe, and I know, Marina, if you can help me, I know that there is a system now, a state system, ePay or something like that. mPay. I think this one could also be developed to help companies who have difficulties at entering the market and develop payment intermediation for them to be able to easily access the market. That's a great idea. mPay is the governmental payment system. So as I understand, you did not get authorized directly. It was the bank that you worked with. Yes, because we are not a payment provider. We are working with other intermediaries. Denisa, thank you once more. I'm sure it's very useful for everyone watching us in the room and online to learn from your challenges. And of course, we will continue to work on prioritizing the agenda. And as you mentioned, I think one of the main priorities would be to exclude the purely paper-based receipt, and for us to start accepting fiscal receipt in a digital format, especially if both clients and all citizens of the country would like that, who are here, who work on local and international platforms, e-commerce platforms. Thank you very much. I hope you stay with us, and if we get any questions, we'll get back to you. Thank you. Next, we'll talk to Eugenia. She's head of banking cards and digital products from FinCon Bank. Together with Eugenia, Cosor will talk about e-commerce and how it works in traditional banks and all the relationships related to e-commerce and traditional banks. Of course, we will have some questions for Eugenia as well, and we hope we will be able to ask them all. And once more, we'd like to remind everyone who watches us, you can ask questions to all of the speakers at any time, and we will pass them on. Hello, Marina. Good to see you all. Indeed, e-commerce started to be stronger since the pandemic started, and then we have additionally the economic and social situation worsened around the world, and it influenced the development of e-commerce, and more companies integrate their goods, their services. I'm trying to see if the remote works. Yes. So several options. We try to provide several options to consumers in order to offer goods delivery, online purchase, cutting costs, given that, let's say, a local shop that has its cost, online shop is different. It's different for consumers as well. It's more comfortable. It's about the security of transactions, which becomes a vital necessity now, given that the online transactions are also subjected to lots of fraud. So we were the bank that implemented the 3D secure version 2, second version. And it is not only about the classic confirmation of transactions through SMS, but also through biometric measures. So if we say we are in digital transformation and mobile devices are moving forward, we are doing it also. Besides that, I would like to say that e-commerce sees significant increase, and FinCon Bank launched e-commerce, this service for local traders, since 2019. And in terms of a number of platforms that joined, the number of sales in 2019 and 2020, and now in 2021, at the end of the year, the increase was around 50% in the transactions, both with cards of our banks and other banks' cards used on our local platforms. Besides that, I would like to say that we are currently undergoing an entire migration process towards a new processing center, and that also means a new e-commerce service through the company BPC Payment Services, a direct provider of a Smart Vista software. So I wanted to show several benefits here that the entire package of services that are integrated brings when implementing e-commerce. So the merchant portal providing a 24/7 monitoring of transactions, a sandbox for testing also available 24/7, very easy and comprehensive integration with a lot of benefits, integration with Google Pay and Apple Pay and all wallets, which is very topical today. I'd like to say that banks have a significant role in implementing the service, not just by promoting e-commerce. Besides this, one of the main options were to implement the card on file service, which means the possibility to save the cards for shopping, for subsequent purchases in their personal account, and not needing to, and the client doesn't need to enter card data every time. Then only confirmation of transaction by 3D secure, which minimizes frauds, and the client does that when purchasing goods or services. Could you tell us more or less how long does it take to get connected to the standard e-commerce package? Usually the implementation is very easy. We have different companies, different local platforms. Some of them have IT services within in-house, and they can do that in 2 weeks. Someone that outsources the IT services and also has limitations for them, it can be up to 1 month long. Do you also provide technical support to the ones who don't have such a capacity? Yeah, the technical support for integration between the IT team from the company or outsourced services they hire and the IT company from the processing center, yes, they work together. There is 24/7 technical and consultative support. Okay, as I understand, you have more details about the growth of e-commerce, at least from the numbers that you have. From the figures we have, indeed, the increase of e-commerce from 2019 to 2020 was significant because the platforms, local e-commerce platforms were only starting, so they increased by around 50%. But my colleagues mentioned that indeed we are at an initial stage. So if we, of course, we don't relate it to the number of world platforms. So if we relate that, only 11% of payments are going through e-commerce right now so far. But anyway, it's a significant achievement. I'm sure it will grow even more in the future. Great. We know that you are the ones who try to develop other types of services as well related to e-commerce, including interaction with customers or certain benefits for customers. Could you give us more details about that? Generally, FinCon Bank is undergoing an entire digitalization of services right now. As much as possible, we offer online services through our mobile apps, from asking, applying for cards online, credits, deposits, opening accounts, managing accounts in the mobile app. So we really count more on the online environment. Well, we look forward to see more developments in this respect, and of course, the connection could be shorter than 2 weeks. You know, I hope this is part of your plans. I know it's not that much about e-commerce or the specific nature of e-commerce, but still security of transactions is a priority for all of the banks. And I think that one of the biggest fears of merchants is the security of transactions, especially if we talk about payments from outside the country. What are the measures you undertake to this end? As I mentioned a bit earlier, it's implementing 3D Secure second version, which is different from version 1 because it has a more complex security level. And it's not only text message confirmation, but having to be really connected to a local mobile number registered in the bank system. But since it is possible to confirm it by biometric, and if the device supports that, there is an alternative to make it more comfortable to clients, but also for security. From statistics, I know that around 80%, the frauds were reduced by around 80% thanks to 3D Secure. So could we say that sometimes e-commerce is even safer than classic banking or classic commerce? Well, compared to classic commerce, the risks of fraudulent transactions still exist. But here we have on the scales the comfort and alternatives, and I think it's worth it. And also, well, in practice, in classic commerce, we use a lot of cash, and cash brings other risks that we cannot foresee from all of them from the very beginning. Let's discuss more about the digital agenda of the government's e-commerce agenda. We will come back with some questions in the end, if time will be available, especially since the audience may ask some of them. With us, we have Mr. Vitalie Tarlev, who is a digitalization expert in the Economic Council under the Prime Minister. We have had a great collaboration with Mr. Tarlev on the Consiliu platform that I need to promote anytime I have an opportunity. In that Consiliu working group, which is chaired by Deputy Prime Minister for Digitalization, Mr. Iuri, and the entire team of Economic Council, with the support of donors, we achieved several things over the last 2 years. So I would like to thank the entire team and thank the supporters of this team from the parliament who were brave enough to take over a draft legal act that was so quite complex. So this is a joint success for the entire business community and all business associations. We are looking forward to see new packages. We work a lot on them. So now I will give the floor to Mr. Tarlev to provide you more details. Thank you, Marina. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to have the possibility to present in this format. Actually, Marina, I will make a correction. It's not the government's agenda, it's the Economic Council agenda and Consiliu's agenda. The Economic Council is a hybrid, a public-private partnership with the support of donors. The business community is in connection with the government through it and takes part in the activity of the council. And the government is the beneficiary of its products, and it interacts with the business community through the Economic Council under the Prime Minister. So this Economic Council is connected to both stakeholders and has strong support from the donors when it comes to writing the policy agenda, and we found a good use to this positioning and abilities and resources that donors can attract from the perspective that we are talking about cross-border topics, because e-commerce is it includes goals related to economic development, commerce development. You know that we don't have a Ministry of Trade anymore, another public authority that would be specialized in this field. At the same time, there are elements related to online payments, to access to infrastructure, literacy, customs clearance, encouraging financial inclusion. So being cross-sectoral is about e-commerce, and this is an area, an industry in Moldova, which should not be neglected in Moldova. This is a thing that is confirmed by figures. According to preliminary data, and we are now at the time of developing a new legal package covering around 20 laws in order to improve the legal framework and simulation of e-commerce in Moldova. We are now analyzing the regulatory impact of this massive legal amendments, and we started with some data, and we saw that the community wants to know. And since I happened to know them, I want to share with them. We're talking about 5 billion in turnover. This is what our citizens buy from foreign markets, and 3 times less consumption on our internal market is like 1.5 billion. All in all, we talk about over 6 billion e-commerce. And also, if you include the hybrid for the one that we pay in cash, and the colleagues in the previous presentations mentioned that, I think the amount would be another 1.5 billion to the internal consumption, which means that estimately we're talking about 6-7 billions of e-commerce in the Republic of Moldova. I would like to compare it to the telecom industry, because the telecom, with its 7% of GDP, this is what they cover. I'm mistaken. Sorry, it's IT and communications. So they have 6-7%. But you see that e-commerce in Moldova has the same weight, the same impact on the GDP, similarly to the telecom sector, which is omnipresent, and we are all consumers, and they have significant turnovers. So this segment is not well enough covered from policy perspective and legislation perspective. Therefore, the Economic Council obtained the donors' effort to support Moldova and the need of the government to address these cross-sectoral topics, and the need of a business community that puts big pressure on our authorities, and it's first of all meant for the Economic Council, so that we can help define an agenda in this respect. And the Council uses the notion of digital economy and e-commerce roadmap. So now it works. The technology doesn't work. It responds, but very slowly. So you can see here the objectives of a roadmap, and I'd like to say that this, well, I wrote it in English, and now I think this is a non-binding document. It wasn't approved by the government or parliament, even though the vast majority of the actions from the roadmap were taken over into last autumn into the government's action plan, the 2-year action plan. This is a small victory of ours, which means what the businesses requested, what our studies showed, what donors said. So there are over 80 actions, and you can see the objectives. Maybe it's in small letters, but all these objectives are somehow addressed in a way or another. And these 80 action lines, including eKYC, including the sandbox, many of them were solved through the first digital package that came into force on January the 10th. It was one small victory of ours. If you remember, by recognizing the European digital signature in Moldova, digital by default principle for services for business, the possibility to get the register for public procurement online, so and so on. The target was G2B services. Now we have 2 legal packages. One of them is about notary services in digital format, and we want to bring the technology into this sector as well. But we are now at a stage of discussing it, and the draft. The project has an output. You know that discussions on eKYC that advance with the eGov agency resulted from a constraints. And this was discussed with the Committee of Notaries and also other parties that need this platform. They need a technology platform first, and the legal side is addressed here. The second legal package, which is being developed now, is the e-commerce. The e-commerce legislative package focuses on a number of actions, including the agenda. We retrieved them from the studies that were commissioned by the Economic Council, and they were carried out with support from USAID, EBRD, TGF, and we highlighted several areas. We have here I really have a problem with this pointer. I'm not pushing any buttons right now, and it's still changing. We need digital pointers. Well, these are partnerships and deliverables from a cashless economy, or a study on fintech sector, or a study that related to postal operators and couriers. So all of it was reflected in the e-commerce, and the 20 laws that are envisaged now will make these legal interventions. One of them, let's see, that was mentioned by Tudor in the previous panel. We need both eKYC and we need a technology platform for that. We were at the stage of identifying the legislative problem. The legal amendment, we have a great openness from the Parliamentary Committee for Economy, Budget and Finance that responds to issues found by the community and takes them over for consideration. So that's the legislative stage. And then identifying the local partner with whom we could work. We have a great understanding with the eGov agency, and we hope we will connect. So we passed the pitching at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. So we hope this component will be added on the table, and so that we could move the entire process from legislative to implementing a technical solution that could be used by the public sector, by the banking sector that needs this platform, both for because only the ones that are running business, they know how often they need to talk to notaries. So that's why they shouldn't be running every time to the embassy or to come to Moldova to open a business, to manage a business, or to change the structure of the management board or some other aspects. So from this perspective, we had a discussion about the regulatory framework in the field of online payments. And the providers of payment services in Moldova point towards some issues, and they are addressed in this e-commerce legislative package. And that relates particularly to the access to information, consultation, training. All of this is done in civilized, technologically advanced services. There, it is done through fintech hubs, where the regulator comes and makes an exchange of information, provides potential startups with information about how they can access the market, how they can help both merchants and authorities in terms of facilitating a new business model such as e-commerce is. Of course, this aspect is not entirely solved through such consultancy. We also need some regulatory facilities. Maybe we will reach having a sandbox, but at least what Tudor was talking about is part of this amendment package. There's a regulation at the National Bank that provides for the possibility for the National Bank to start having such activities to ensure this consultancy and interaction with this market segment, I mean, fintech. And we said that having a holistic vision regarding these topics, we said that out of the key elements for the e-commerce infrastructure, so the key elements are access to courier, the legislation, the legal amendments will bring new chapters to the legislation that will clarify this, the couriers work. We have another infrastructure of elements is like electronic payments. And then we have problems with return or export of these goods. We have amendments in this package, in the e-commerce package, addressing this issue, the return of work. The merchant exports from Moldova, some parcels, 30% are returned back, they are treated as import. This import or re-import has a number of collateral issues, taxes, bureaucracy procedures, and so on. So these constraints that were identified together with the business community are solved through this e-commerce legislative package, which has interventions from the tax code to the law on importing goods to Moldova, or the largest chapters of this document, which is being developed now, is the legislation on internal trade. Internal trade and e-commerce in Moldova, by error, were treated as separate industry sectors. Now, in the e-commerce package, we are removing this error, and we provide additional clarifications about definitions of e-commerce, because e-commerce is just a variety of trade general of commerce. So all these elements should be clarified in the law, starting from notions, how we classify the merchants, how they interact with authorities, where do they pay taxes. All these elements are clarified here. Moreover, since we represent both actors, businesses and authorities and donor support, we aim at consumer protection as well. Maybe someone was not expecting that, but there was a great screening of our overall legislation about customer protection in e-commerce. So the constraints that were found are eliminated through this legislative initiative. Especially we're talking about the point of return of merchandise. It's something new in Moldova. It may disturb a bit our business supporters, but citizens need to have this possibility, and honest merchants will certainly not be disturbed by these provisions. Respectively, Well, I'd like to make a conclusion. The e-commerce legislative package that was developed with donors' support, particularly there was a great involvement of USAID, BRD, a serious involvement of several associations. First of all, the AmCham, the host of the current event, and other associations that got involved in developing this document. So it represents a synthesis of all challenges for e-commerce in Moldova from legislative point of view, where authorities say that we would like to remove it, but the text code or some other law doesn't allow us. So all these constraints through this legislative package will be eliminated. I would like to tell you that we forward-looking, we have plans and we launched the work on legislative packages regarding opening and running businesses in Moldova remotely, relocating businesses. So the Economic Council finds issues together with businesses or the government. They involve the needed expertise and organize the work for these elements to be, these problems to be removed. Maybe I deviated a little bit from what you announced, Marina, using government's agenda. No, it's businesses agenda supported by the government and donors to eliminate problems that businesses face, developing new sectors, embracing new technologies. And in this case, we're talking about a very promising sector. And I wish everyone who's interested in following the e-commerce field, I wish all of them good luck. Well, e-commerce certainly stays a priority for the business community and for the government as well, for all governmental structures, I would say. I think we have a great growth potential, especially given the figures that you presented. Of course, e-commerce could contribute much more to the GDP of Moldova, especially since we already contribute indirectly to the GDP of other countries by buying merchandise from international e-commerce platforms. And we have a capacity as a country to grow the e-commerce in Moldova, not only of goods, but also services, and improve some aspects related to digitalization, the relationships in the context of export and the import of services, which also falls under e-commerce. We will be back with questions a bit later. Now I would like to give the floor to our last panelist, last but not least, and we will move to English now so that Anzhela can understand us.
Visa.
Anzhela Kashperuk represents Visa.
Management and digital solutions. So it's a really long type of position. I guess there are going to be a lot of things we can discuss about, specifically about the life of a card holder. And I really look forward to what you want us to say, what do you want us to know, since generally card holders are becoming more and more popular. I don't know now the specific numbers of how many citizens in Moldova hold card. It's getting the number is getting bigger and bigger. I think I have about 10 cards. I would love to get rid of a couple of them just to use them online fully, or just to use my phone whenever I need to make a payment. And please do let us know what plans do you have and what do you want to share with us. Yes, sure.
Be careful.
Yeah, be careful. Okay, let's try.
It's, yeah.
Yeah. He works, but live his own life. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. And frankly speaking, it's really a pleasure to be last speaker in this panel, because so many topics and interesting things have already discussed and raised. And frankly speaking, there are so big uncovered things in e-com still happen and still are like a trend, but there are many of them a critical demand from market, from cardholders, from merchants and banks, and many payment industry players. Today, I will be more focused on cardholder, and on their digital life, and on Visa agenda, how we may help and how we may think about functionality that may will be not response to the trend, but even one step ahead. It's very important to understand what they need. That's why I will start with digital issuance. And what is this? It's very simple issuance, and it's great world digital, but this is just instant satisfaction of cardholder at the point of their need, immediate satisfaction, yeah. And there are so many cases where cardholder really need card right now because they would like to buy something.
I'm that type of person.
Yes, exactly. And there are many cases. And now we may see not only talking about cardholders, about us, because we are the same, yeah. And it's really critically important. Okay, it's not that slide. Yeah, how we may respond. First of all, we have to know that time for cardholder is very critical now. And attention, please, cardholder would like to pay, not to pay, to buy, to have purchase, to have good, to send money to somebody, yeah? Not think about digital payment or not digital payment, not about how they had select a message to call to bank or ask friends. It's very, very slow for them. That's why time is so critical, and digital issuance respond to this demand, because bank may issue a card immediately to cardholder, and cardholder may pay immediately using mobile phone or using website or all other form factor or channel. Second very important factor is culture. Digital issuance drive very new culture to cardholder, because this time when there are so many applications, so many processes, then he will wait for this card. It's too long, and he even may change opinion if they need this good or service or not. Yeah, that's why in case our cardholders will try to pay with, for example, form factor as phone with digital card that was issued immediately, it's like he feels that it's very easy, it's simple, and it's secure. So why not? And that this habit will stimulate him to pay more frequently. And it's really important for cardholder. For merchant, it's important here because it grows their business. For banks, it's important because it's their business as well, and it's revenue from these transactions. Next factor is very critical for all payment industry players. It's cost, and it's even we even can't compare this cost here, because it's clear digital issuers save cost that banks now spend to physical cards. And we have the very interesting statistics about this, because several banks that have already used digital issuance, they say that just 2% of cardholders come back to bank to ask physical card. So let's calculate what the cost was saved for each bank. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, it's clear. It's crazy. So we can't avoid this digital issuance here, because it's really very smart, very new. Not so new, but it's like nowadays we have this opportunity to satisfy all players, including cardholder. And last but not least, very important thing, that this is a way to attract new customers. there are so many channels, so many methods, how we may attract them. Banks are thinking about methodics, how we may like extend our services among cardholders. So digital issuance makes this process very simple because you have clients, you have many services, you may propose, you may issue and stimulate cardholders to try. So no worries about this. It really works. We have experience, banks have experience in our sub-region globally. And I hope and I think that in Moldova, it really will work and will work very successfully. Next slide about channels, mostly about channels for different types of cardholders. For example, in case it's new cardholders, how we may use digital issuance. First of all, it may be via bank channels. Another way, it's about partners. We know that there are many partners that bank work with. And third one is other players and other partners that have huge database, huge number of customers. This is, for example, mobile operators, about retailers. In case we are talking about existing customers, it's also very important to say that, yes, bank may use own channels, but not only to sell product, main product, but to upsell, cross-sell, yeah, upgrade cards, and so on. It's more cheaper and more efficient for cardholder to reach, to propose, and to issue a digital card. Then it's not so good event, but sometimes it happened. When cardholder, for example, lost card or it was stolen, it's also very popular between among our cardholders, and it's also maybe resolved by digital issuance because cardholder usually understood that a card was lost just in case he would like to pay something. And it's critical for them to have this card immediately. But there are so many limits, not many, but there are limitations that can't like move without any worries and without any improvement. We need to improve two big areas. First one, it's lack of contactless ATM devices, unfortunately. But we understand that now our cardholders still need cash. And we have to provide to them infrastructure where they may use card, including cash withdrawals. We have in Visa plans, we have mandates, we have different types of stimulation projects, but unfortunately, globally, it's still a problem. And second thing, yes, second thing is using digital card abroad. There are so many terminals that unfortunately still don't accept contactless. And Visa also tried to resolve this issue. We have mandates for acquirers. Unfortunately, it works, but it may work better. So next, very important thing, and my colleague have already raised this topic about card on file. Yeah, it's huge topic because so many cardholders have already saved their card to card on files of merchants, and they are ready to pay without manual entrance, and they even believe to these cardholders. But unfortunately, there is one thing that may have created barriers for cardholders. First of all, it's management of these subscriptions or actual data in these card on files. Because, for example, cardholder paid for some goods 1 year ago. During this year, he may change card, changed bank, lost card, so many cases may happen. And this data in carton files will not be actual. Yeah. Another thing, when cardholders subscribe some services and is planning to stop or cancel this subscription. So many ways officially published, but who faced with this subscription cancellations, we know that it's not so easy. And we thought about opportunity, how we may help with this, our cardholders and merchants as well. And banks as well, because cardholders complain to banks, first of all. And service, carton file and stop payment service, this is response to this issue. And it works very simple. Cardholder may initiate cancellation on bank site. I will show you several pages from a bank application, yeah, how it may work. Bank show all this subscription to cardholders, then cardholder select one merchant where subscription was done and may select cancellation in case he would like. This is functionality that works on Visa APIs. It's very easy to integrate, and cardholders are really happy because they can manage this process. Banks are happy because they may help cardholder satisfied, and no barriers to continue to use subscriptions for others. Yeah, because confidence is increasing in case cardholder may instruments how they may manage this subscription. Another very smart solution, I would say, this is Visa Card Enrollment Hub. You know, it's also about carton files, and it's also about new opportunities in e-commerce. And mostly this is about secure area and about actual data in carton files. How it works? Issuer bank may integrate Visa Card Enrollment Hub and propose to own cardholder to save card to that merchant that this cardholder would like to save card. It's you know, it's very new and very smart solution. I will explain why. First of all, just issuer may know who is cardholder, which card was issued for this cardholder. Nobody knows. Merchant has to check, partner has to check, but just issuer knows this information. Yeah. And this solution covers this topic. And one more thing that's very important is any mistakes in manual entry will happen, because bank know which card number or which token. Today we are not talking about wallets, yeah, and about deep things, but manual entry will not be done at all. Cardholder will get this data when he will try to buy something or send money. He will see in a personal account on merchant website or in application that, oh, it's my card, I may pay, and nothing I have to do additionally. How it works? There are several screens from mobile application. Bank issue card to cardholder and ask cardholder if he would like to add this card or token to, it may be Pays, it may be some merchants where utilities paid, it may be retail, it may be petrol station, all merchants may be present in this list. This list will be provided to issuer by a Visa token service. Then cardholder select merchants that he prefer, and Visa token service raise merchant application or merchant website just to show this cardholder his personal account, or in case it's new cardholder, it will be first page where cardholder may register own data and card or token will be there. You know, I tried this service. We have pilot in one of our 17 countries in our subregion, CSSE. And it's very easy. And you know, the most interesting things for merchants that during registration there are so many transactions that are not finished because cardholder tried. For example, card was entered incorrectly. It's so long, and cardholder just change opinion, and in the best way he will buy and pay cash. In the worst scenario, he decide not to buy at all. Oi. Okay. Just a second, please. No.
Not thank you, yes.
Not thank you. Not now. Okay, he will work how it would like to work. I describe benefits. I will not stay on this slide. One thing that you have to understand that this is very new smart channel for merchants to attract new clients. You know that now so many channels how merchant or bank may attract, but it's a very rare case when issuer provide cardholders to merchant. Issuer help cardholder to save card and to pay on merchant side. This is really very important thing that we have to understand. It's very new channel for issuer. Last thing that I have to cover today, it's Visa digital skins. Maybe you know about this. It's you know, it's on slide. It's like fun, but behind there is very big business reason, and we also were surprised how popular this service is among clients. And when we launched it first time, it was like really fun. It was marketing background, but we saw that there are so many clients would like to change their card design, and they even ready to pay for it. And initially it was just several pictures for cardholders that they made to select. Then it was deeper. Bank created some specific portfolios, for example, with phrases of famous philosophy, with English words, like to learn English. Provide some opportunity to change for the picture and celebrate something. It may be a favorite cat, dog, somebody else. It does not matter, or something from your life. And you know, there are several numbers that make you happy. First of all, one bank shared statistics that during several weeks, 400,000 cardholders changes their card design. 400,000. And I should say that now with Visa token service, there is a possibility to change this design even in your personal cabinet on merchant side or in a mobile application. Yeah, so it's not like your picture that you bring in your pocket. It's a real picture that you prefer, and you will see it in your mobile phone, in a personal account on merchant side, and you are happy every time when you see it. So what next? It's about usage. This like preferable picture stimulate cardholder to pay more time just to see this picture and to show this picture to somebody else. Yeah, and growth was immediate. And it's very great statistics that during first months, 2% of number of transactions will be added. So believe me, it's just several functionalities and solutions that we presented, but there are so many in Visa that stimulate cardholders or merchants or partners, banks, and all these e-com players. Because we understand the e-com is very aggressive, and it is growing. And we understand that we have to be ahead of trends. We should not wait for trends. That's why for today, that's all. In case somebody interested, please contact me or our representatives in Moldova. And I just may say that there are so many our solutions on our open platform that called Visa Development Platform. There are descriptions of these solutions and functionalities. You may read, you may select what you prefer, and you may ask us for details. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And actually, through your presentation, we understand how behind we are as a country. First, it's almost impossible. And I'm not talking about fintechs, because fintechs are one step ahead, including in Moldova. How far behind we are at just giving a card without having 2 or 3 visits to the bank in Moldova. We even had an experiment. I would love not going to the bank. I don't want to see nobody from the banks. I would love to have all the services online, and I don't know, irrespective if we talk about a digital card or a regular card, I would love to have it shipped to my house rather than going to the bank and getting it up. The second thought, I used to have a chance to choose my card outside Moldova. And I talk here about Europe, I talk here about US. I never had the chance to choose the way my card looks in Moldova. Are there any plans for Visa to push a little bit the first step to release the cards without visiting so many times the bank? It usually takes at least 2 visits to get a card in Moldova. And second, of course, to be a little bit more customary attractive, including via marketing, through the cards.
Exactly. It's a very great question. Thank you, Marina, because yes, we've already started to discuss with banks, and we are monitoring your regulation. We see that your government is really very progressive and see how to respond to these trends as well. And I may say that for example, in Ukraine, we have e-government. Maybe you know about this. We have DIA. And with DIA, there are different ways how to provide this QYC procedure. In case I would like to register to DIA, bank may help. And otherwise, in case I would like to open some account or something, integration with DIA helps to identify me as resident, yeah, and with my old data. And I know that such case also, not such, but similar case also discussed internally in Moldova, and it really may help with this not only digital issuance, yeah, but with simplification of the process to issue a card without many visits. One more thing that I may add, I had some meetings yesterday with banks, and I was surprised and happy how smart they are, and what the great plans have already created. That's why I believe that for your country, it's not a long story. This is a very short time when just everything have to be prepared. And I can't how would say promise. But
it's going to happen.
But my hope is that it will be really very soon.
We only have 5 minutes left, so basically 1 minute per each speaker to tell us one solution, the most important in your perspective, that we need to bring in order to boost e-commerce in Moldova. I don't know if it's the right conclusion for Anzhela, but we need those electronically released cards to happen in Moldova as soon as possible. And maybe you have another priority to emphasize.
You know, I think that today the most critical thing for Moldova in payments is tokenization. You've already launched Apple, Google will come, yeah, and it's really stimulate payments for more simple and secure way. On merchant side, this is creation and development of carton files and stimulate cardholder to save cards to simplify this process, tokenize it and simplify this process. This is actions that have to be done now. Yeah.
Another action that has to be done now by Dorel. Exact.
So we should not be afraid of risks. That is the most important thing. We should not stop some processes only because some risks exist and they can materialize of 0.05%. I know that you have many solutions, but at least one or two, or to have agile and competitive payment services providers and access of traders to marketplaces, regional or global. Thank you, Eugenia. A solution is a possibility to identify customers online. I don't know if Denisa is still with us, but we would like to thank all of you. I think that today we have learned many solutions. We have found out which are the priorities. At the same time, we have managed to discuss the challenges of e-commerce in the Republic of Moldova. And I hope that this panel will manage to foster the implementation of the solutions discussed. Hopefully we'll have more courage. As our colleague said, hopefully we will not be so afraid of risks. We'll come with new solutions to have a competitive market and to implement as soon as possible the eKYC in the Republic of Moldova. Thank you one more time for being with us. And don't forget about the next panel that will start after a short break. And for sure, we will continue with very interesting topics. Thank you, Amcham, for organizing this conference.
Bine ați revenit la conferința noastră.
Welcome to our conference. This is our last panel. This panel will be about financial inclusion and financial literacy. I would like to introduce the moderator of this panel, Veronica Sirețeanu, Deputy Director of AmCham Moldova and Coordinator of the Digital Transformation Committee at AmCham Moldova. Veronica is a fan of financial literacy. She adores everything related to financial inclusion. That's why she's moderating this panel. Thank you very much, Sergey. I really am a great fan of everything related to financial education because I think only by means of financial literacy we make sure that the basic knowledge that a citizen should have can really gather and use them and become a responsible citizen in terms of relationships with the state or with other parties the citizen has relationships with in order to benefit of financial services. So when we talk about financial inclusion and how it can be encouraged, this actually covers two big dimensions. Financial literacy, the dimension of tools that make sure that this inclusion is really done successfully and entirely. Therefore, in this panel, in this section, we try to ensure a mix of everything we believed to be important in terms of movement at national level, business community, in the field of financial inclusion. And that, of course, is about if Moldova is, in principle, ready to face this new way of work with finance. Why? Because financial inclusion or boosting financial inclusion supposes a lot of changes, transformations in payment service providers, financial services, generally as we know in the classic way. And in the opening panel of this conference, we were talking about being brave and carry out the digital transformation. Same courage is needed in order to encourage financial inclusion. So here we talk about how governmental services or digitization of governmental services can contribute to a higher level of financial inclusion. I say so which is digitalization. I learned that I found from the website of eGov what's the difference between digitization and digitalization. So I'd like to ask you to pay attention to the dictionary. So we'll ask Vadim to tell us more. Because this glossary is available on the eGov website, and I like it. I can learn a lot of new things from there. So we will try to see how the national effort is consolidated, coming from government, regulatory agencies, independent autonomous institutions, in order to ensure financial literacy. So we will see what's the position of a National Bank of Moldova as a central regulator or central manager of everything related to financial education at national level. Last but not least, we will talk about the tools coming from the private sector or how payment service providers, both banking and non-banking providers, could contribute to improving the level of financial inclusion. Having said that, I would like to introduce the ones who accepted to be part of this panel, our last panel in the conference. Mr. Tarmo Sild, who is the CEO of UTE Credit Group at European level. Mr. Vadim Vintilă, legal advisor to the e-governance sector. Madam Scerbaniuc, who is Deputy Head of Communication and Financial Education Department at the National Bank of Moldova. And Mr. Iuri Cicibaba, who is Managing Partner at Texaco Group. Besides that, he is also one of the co-chairs of the tax committee at AmCham Moldova. I will start with what we said before. We talk about challenges in finance at regional level, and are we as a country ready to face them or not?
Because our first speaker is an English speaker. As I said, Tarmo Sild is the CEO of UT Credit Group on the European side. Mr. Sild, hello.
Hello.
I'm not sure. Can we hear you?
Hello.
Yes, now we can. Now we can.
Good. I understand I am the only person who is not physically present with you in the same room. So our distance right now is about 1,600 kilometers. That's the distance between Tallinn and Chisinau. But if you hear me well, and if you see me well, and if you give me the floor, then I will make the first short introduction to our thoughts on the digitalization and financial inclusion.
Now you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And one more time, very warm greetings from not so sunny Tallinn. When we think of financial inclusion, I would actually like to start from a very simple description of what is happening on the markets across the world. This particular slide is about Moldova, but we can see a pretty similar picture across the world in the countries where we operate, in Balkan countries, but also in the United States or in what we call the old Europe. Of course, the graphs are not exactly equal, but what we are comparing or what we are looking at here is the size of balance sheets of traditional banks operating in a particular country. In this case, it's Moldova, and the combined aggregated size of balance sheets of MFIs. And why do I present this slide is because in our view, the banks who operate in the old regulatory environment and working with the old habits and old values present a significant part of the economy, but we can also see how their interaction with the customers, their interaction with the rest of the economy is evolving through the years. And I chose a period of last 8 years. And as you see in Moldova, the bank's combined balance sheet started with about 94 billion leis and ended up last year with about or close to 120 million leis. There is some growth, but actually, if we look at what is happening in the rest of the world, it's pretty flat. The same graph representing also the combined balance sheet of MFIs, which are operating in a more competitive, I would say, more dynamic, more inclusive approach to the customers, to the merchants, to any partners we operate with. And we see that the combined balance sheet has jumped. It started from almost 0 or 3 billion leis, and it has jumped to 12 billion leis. In absolute scale, of course, you could say that it's still very small part, but if you look at the growth rate, you see a huge difference. And I think this is the key question. If we look at this difference, the guys on the red line are doing something which the guys on the blue line are not doing, while society needs it. And I think the guys on the red line represent what I would call financial inclusion, and they fill in the hole which has been left by the guys on the blue line. And the question is Moldova ready for even larger change, which is happening across? Are we ready for larger change? And when we ask this question, I would also like to be a bit more specific. What does this change mean? Or how do we see the change happening? As you know, we come from the consumer financing corner of the finance sector. We are now expanding also into payments industry. And how we see the change happening across the coming years, and also actually the change has started already some years ago, is that the financial services become embedded. They become the background automatically, silently even invisibly running background to people's daily lives. The daily lives actually run through the mobile phone. Of course, there is still the face-to-face interaction, physical work, etc. But still a lot is happening over the smartphones, and many services and life applications become available on the smartphones, and they become available in a very smooth manner so that we even don't notice it. I can refer to Facebook or WhatsApp or TikTok or Instagram or any kind of communication tools we use. They are all becoming kind of normal part of daily life. That's obvious, of course. The question is, why can't finance work the same way? Finance to become embedded, working in the background, always instant. When it's instant, then you actually don't notice that it exists. And it's always easy. Again, the operations that you have to use as a customer, they are similar to what you use when you use Instagram, WhatsApp, you make a phone call, whatever. So this is where we think the future is heading to. And we also place our Jute group into this future by building the ecosystem of services around the smartphone application My Jute. So we think that in future, the customers want to use in an embedded, unnoticed manner, the current account services, instant transfers, instant payments, instant credit, if it's necessary, possibly also instant insurances. And sometimes when customers want, they can also move from cash to digital money and from digital money to cash. And for that purpose, we use ATMs. So that's the future. That's what I think more or less describes what the red arrow will be doing and is doing right now. And the question is whether the society is ready for this kind of change. And when we look at Moldova in particular, and now I have already used half of the time given to me, so I only cover 4 points. And just for introductory thinking. First point, is Moldova population ready for the change? Second, are the market participants, the merchants, ready for the change? Third, are the banks ready for the change? And fourth, very important question, are the regulations and regulators ready for the change? Because it's a change into the world where we have not been. It's a future, it's an unknown. If I start looking at the population, my answer is definitively yes. Moldovan people are ready, they are brave enough for the new world. We can look at the number of smartphone subscriptions in Moldova. As we know, Moldovan population is heavily oversubscribed. I even think that many participants of today's panel or people in the hall or watching this conference, they might have even 2 mobile or even 3 mobile phones in their pockets for different purposes. If we look at Jute Credit's experience, then inside Moldova, in a year's time, we achieved 100,000 My Jute app downloads. So people really adopted very, very quickly to the use of mobile application. And this all gives us assurance that the population is ready. Yet, by statistics, there are numbers which say that about 3/4 of the transactions today still are performed in cash, which is a question why. Now, if you move over to the merchants, then I would say that the merchants or the market participants who actually provide the goods and services that people need, they are also ready. Conditionally, somewhat, yes. So there are still things to be achieved in Moldova, starting from building the logistical networks to deliver the goods. If we look at the number of POS terminals, card terminals in Moldova, the latest data which I got from public sources is that there are about 9 card terminals per 1,000 inhabitants, which is one of the lowest numbers in Europe. This kind of also indicates that the merchants are not yet fully ready for the embedded finance, but we also see in our experience that the interest is only growing for all kinds of instant services. which runs smoothly. And that's why we also say that that part of the market is becoming ready. And to that part of the market, again, applies the question, why do we use so much cash still today? Moving over to the banks, I am not so sure. And the reason why I'm not so sure is that I can look at the current experience, customer experience from our tests in different banks. It takes about 40 minutes to open a new account. It takes about 40 minutes for a bank to onboard a single customer, which certainly is not part of the future experience that Moldova needs to offer. Why the banks don't offer a smooth, quick onboarding today, it's another topic for a discussion, but clearly that's the first indicator. Second indicator, when I come to Chisinau or when I travel around in Moldova, I still see queues in the bank branches. For whatever reason, I know that people go to the bank branch for daily operations and they have to stand and wait. And I do not understand it. And third indicator is that in Moldova, by our data, there are about 60,000 credit cards issued in total. If that number is correct, then that also indicates that the banks clearly are lagging behind to the digital transition and digital inclusion. And again, I repeat the question, why does the economy operate to a large extent on the cash? And then comes the last question to the regulator, where I am actually unclear. On the one hand, we see that there is effort to change the laws and to bring in new positive concepts like checking the customer's creditworthiness or setting certain limits to the lending activities. On the other hand, when I revised the legislation, and now especially more so as our group also bought the bank in Moldova, I see that the biggest emphasis goes to the keywords of corporate governance and good corporate governance in order to mitigate and manage the risks, all different types of risks. And then all this in order to be compliant. This kind of makes the whole world of thinking if you read the laws. And on the one hand, I understand that Moldova has gone through different traumas in the financial sector. And once you are traumatized, you also react. But we also need to think whether we sometimes overreact, and that makes us slow. Because if we think of digital inclusion and digitalization, it's all about time. It's about right time, doing things quickly. And if I look at our experience in different countries, it seems that things we will do on our own inside a day, it will take about 5 days if we have to go through different regulatory procedures. And a thing which will take maybe 1 minute could take 5 minutes. And here I am also very polite. So the value of time is somewhat underestimated. And I would really encourage to think of the value of time as well when we try to shift Moldova over to a more digitalized future. I have spent all the time given to me. Thank you very much. And I will pass now the floor back to you, Veronica. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us this perspective of you regarding why or the readiness of Moldova to move to the new finance world. Basically, yesterday we have discussed with our regulatory bodies, we have discussed with our representatives from the business side. I mean, you've mentioned the focus that it is now on the compliance side at the bank, as you said, that you've also noticed in the process of studying how it's worked here in Moldova. I would say the same conclusion comes to the discussion, especially that it's more or less the focus of our banks on compliance, but it is because there were several situations starting with 2014 that obliged us to be more focused on compliance side. From the other side, our banks are trying to switch their attention to the more, let's say, consumer-oriented side. Because firstly, it is a need, everyone understands that. And secondly, we have a very nice community of fintech companies which are operating either in investments or in payments, especially in payments. And they are doing a very nice job in order to make an interesting infrastructure of competition in getting the customers. And I think this switch to be more focused on consumer will become more and more on agenda of any of ECPs that we have, banks and no banks. As about population, agree, those, as you said, when you travel to Moldova, there are some lines that you can see in banks during the special time of the month. For example, when the payments should be made to the, I don't know, to utilities or something. Yes, it is. Even those who have maybe bank accounts or either other accounts provided by PCPs, I think they also, some of them do not really understand how to use it. And I think here financial education has a huge role. If you have the instrument and you are not educated how to use it, you're like monkey with something in your hand. So you are not necessarily the productive monkey, just a monkey with something in your hand. That's why I know that you are doing a lot of financial education as well on the European level, on the Moldovan level also. And I think this is why you are so focused on that. Tell me, please, if that was the reason that stands behind your interest in sharing financial education with others, or it is something else and you want to give us another insight here to understand it better.
Oh, that's a very wide question, which I tried to narrow down into a very simple answer. One, it's part of our social responsibility to give back something to the society, and it's better to try to give back something which you know, you think you know the best. So you try to share back the knowledge. And especially we know how important is financial education for young people, not to make any stupid decisions with your money. So to understand the real cost of money, to understand the possible the underground of analysis of cost and reward, etc., etc. So it's basically giving back. There is not much larger thinking behind it. I don't think that it has affected our group's customer pool to a large extent. Obviously, we are also interested in having good cooperation with authorities, but as I said, mostly it's just giving back to the society what we think we know quite well.
Thank you very much. We will come back to you in the Q&A session if there will be any questions. I'm pretty sure maybe somebody from our panel or somebody from who is watching us or who is here in our conference hall will have any questions. We'll address it to you. Please stay till the end of this session with us. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I will switch, because we've touched somehow this financial education, I will switch to financial education side.
So I would like us to continue to discuss this topic, since we said that financial inclusion is about two big elements: financial education and financial education instruments that could ensure a better financial inclusion. So I would like to continue the discussion with Ina, who maybe can tell us a bit more about the level or the effort made at national level regarding raising the financial education level of population altogether. I know that many steps, many efforts are made in this respect, so I'd like many people to find out about and be involved in such activities. That is true. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this discussion panel that particularly relates to financial education in our country. I represent a department from a national bank that is responsible to implement projects in the field of financial education. And I would like to say that indeed great efforts are made to be close to citizens, to support citizens of Moldova with useful, complex information to help them interact with the financial environment. In this process, we are joined by other state authorities. I would like to say that at this stage, we already have a working group that was established with the participation of 18 institutions. We are very glad that there is a great interest coming from other institutions, which we found quite recently. Why do I say recently? Because the department responsible for financial education was established. And in this short time, I think we managed to cooperate, to involve other state authorities, and not only, also together with civil society, with NGOs, that we all discovered together that we can do nice, great things. It's just we miss a document, we miss a well-defined action plan that would be unified, and that gave birth to the need to create a working group, and the National Bank took the leading of this process to create a national financial education strategy. This is a great experience that we can see in other countries, and we certainly want to undergo this process as well. We want to develop a well-defined strategy with all thematic areas, and that needs a joint effort that we already make together with other institutions. This process of developing the national financial education strategy resulted from analysis, from studies carried out by OECD, which actually carried out several studies, but the most recent one reveals some data that are not actually very positive for the Republic of Moldova. And I'm sorry, data show that 27% of Moldovan population has some financial literacy. And this is a modest indicator. And we therefore believe that we need to come together to join forces and implement as many projects as possible and reach target groups. I mean, the entire population of Moldova from all communities of the country. What else I would like to add? During this time implementing the strategy, the OECD have been helping us a lot. The Republic of Moldova benefits of a technical assistance project from them, a project that includes other countries in the region as well. This project, in a way, supports the Republic of Moldova, provides informational support for the development of a national financial education strategy. At the same time, since I'm here and I'm talking about financial education, I would like to talk a bit about the projects that the National Bank implements in the field of financial education. Even though we are a recently created department, the National Bank has always expressed interest and willingness to help, to support citizens, to inform them with respect with notions from financial banking sector, so that it could help them and talk about advantages of financial inclusion, because a well-informed person knows how to save, knows how to avoid financial risks, knows to plan an optimized budget, and many other things that are directly related to the welfare of that person. We have been implementing projects for years now, and I would like to say that every year the National Bank joins international projects. You may have heard about Global Money Week, International Savings Day. These are international projects that exist for years, and we join them, and we devote events to financial education for different age groups of the population. Initially, these projects were meant to children and young people as a priority because they are the generation that need to be trained in order to have responsible behavior and to be well-educated consumers from financial point of view in order to be able to make good decisions that are well substantiated in the knowledge and information that they get during their studies and during the projects that we implement. Other projects make us happy actually, and this actually makes us happy that more and more citizens of Moldova are willing to learn more about finance and banks. That's why I say that thanks to the projects that we implement, hundreds of students, adolescents, and adults are coming to visit the National Bank, to visit, to learn about finance and banks, to listen to presentations made by experts of the National Bank. And all of that helps and supports the improvement of population's knowledge in the field of banks and finance. So raising the level of financial culture by education is a solution for increasing the level of financial inclusion. There are some other projects at national level that are well known among young people. I mean here, make sense of money. It's third editions. It was launched in 2019. More and more participants get involved in this project. Under this project, we organize various financial education events along the year. Also, thanks to the visits of population to the National Bank, we see that even children from kindergarten want to learn a lot about the financial world. So we developed a project for them in the world of Banuț, which will be at its second edition soon. It's related to the International Children's Day. We can say here that it is necessary to ensure the financial education from an early age, because the core knowledge given to children helps them in the future to make correct and justified decisions based on the knowledge they get along the years. Well, I could keep talking about financial education because we are indeed well equipped with materials, with information, and we want to do a lot, and I hope we will succeed to take over best practice from other countries and enjoy results that we will achieve in the future. At the same time, I would like to answer Mr. Sild's question that he had at the beginning of the presentation. Is the Republic of Moldova ready to face the changes? I think yes, because as time goes by, we notice that there are many people coming to the World Bank want to learn, not only children, but also grown-ups. They express high interest towards the projects that we implement, and I hope that this document that will have well-defined objectives will grow, will cover the entire population of the Republic of Moldova, and it will help us become a much better educated population from financial perspective. Thank you. I hope I provided enough information. If there are any questions, I will gladly answer, and I hope we will succeed to do great things together with all authorities involved in the development of this national strategy on financial education. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ina. Actually, I would like to ask a question. We noticed sort of activity growing in the field of financial education activities, both by authorities, more like isolated, but I think once you have a strategy, they were consolidated and have a greater interaction among them, but still you probably noticed that there are some financial education activities that are implemented by economic operators, as Mr. Sild mentioned, as part of social responsibility. It's very good to give back something, create some financial education videos or other things. And there are more and more of these things lately. So there is a trend in terms of National Administrator of Financial Education to consolidate, to aggregate this effort, the private sector effort with the government's efforts, with the civil society's efforts, in order to become a mega portal, have a mega plan at national level that would cover both authorities and civil society and business sector in this joint effort of financial education. Do you plan to do that? If you're not, I give you this idea because it's a great thing to do. Of course, we plan to do that. That's why initially we started this process by inviting only state authorities, but civil society joined here and other NGOs. But we started this activity based on a recommendation from OECD, who suggested us, based on best practice from other countries, that initially the process should start from state authorities and slowly other participants and stakeholders could join it. And I think that this is what we will end up doing. We need a document, first of all, that will be well defined, and then we will plan, or this strategy will also include, or it will be followed by an action plan, and the action plan will provide ideas, initiatives from everyone, from state entities and other stakeholders. So I think this is where we will see each other, all of us, even economic operators. You know, I'm actually happy that we see that more and more time is offered to financial education, not just by state authorities, but also by private economic operators. And this makes me happy. As I said, educated population means a more prosperous future for our country and better financial inclusion. This is good for us all. Thank you. Thank you. If there are any clarification questions, we will come back to you in the Q&A session. However, since you mentioned the role of authorities in financial inclusion, I think that one of the most vocal authorities that ensures a level of financial inclusion of population, including by facilitation of governmental services that are being developed. That is the e-governance agency, and we are very glad to have Vadim over here. Actually, when we were preparing the panel, I talked to my colleagues and said, why do we talk about governmental services in financial inclusion? It was sort of a brainstorming. And the answer was like at the surface. When a person becomes familiar with what digital services mean, either governmental or provided by private providers, that person becomes easier to be educated in the other fields as well. And we know that an enormous effort is made by the government to digitalize as much as possible the services, and the person that knows what's a virtual office or payment through MPay or an M-Connect connection, such a person will easier to recourse to private services to assimilate them better and ensure the level of financial education, financial inclusion itself. Mr. Vadim, maybe you see a different perspective of how these things interact with each other. I would be curious to. First of all, Veronica, I'd like to thank you for the possibility to be with you to discuss about important, essential topics for the e-transformation of Moldova. For us at the eGov agency, it's important to have a continuous dialogue with representatives of the business environment in order to understand what are their needs, to understand what are their priorities, and to see how we can contribute and what we should do. Because in the end, the agenda in the eGov sector and the agenda of the eGov agency is dictated by the needs of citizens and of the business community. In our understanding, some digital gap between the private and public sector does not, it leads only to cancellation of efforts and positive efforts of the other side. It's mutual. So I just mean that we need to work together and more or less to be at the same level of digitalization. Today, I will try to mention some topics that are important for the digital transformation of Moldova that raise interest both for the public and private sectors. And the speakers before mentioned this slightly. So we're talking about digital identity and digital signature tools. And the second thing I'd like to talk about is what you mentioned, the public sector services and our vision and the potential of digitalizing them in the time to come. With respect to the electronic identity, of course, the needs generated during the pandemic and the need for mobility caused by the current situation means using some digital tools and improving possibility to have such tools available and use them both for digital transactions, for payments, for making contracts, for remote interaction, and so on. One of the essential elements in this respect that ensures the security of such operations and ensures security from the perspective of transactions carried out using digital tools is the electronic identity. In essence, it relies on some schemes, national or sectoral schemes. So some of them developed in the financial, banking, public or medical sector. So there are certain schemes of electronic identity developed at entity level, like a provider who wants to register their clients and provide them some tools to interact online to provide certain services, creates an infrastructure of this type. And so in the public sector, not to distort the electronic identity aspect and to ensure another important element, and that is portability of identities, we opt for some national level schemes. To this end, you certainly know the existing schemes and the digital signature tools that are available. And that is the digital signature based on a specific USB token and mobile digital signatures that are based on SIM cards provided by the ones in telecom. What about MobiSign? Well, I will try to talk about MobiSign in the end, given that we really hope that it will change essentially the field of providing public services, including the provision of private sector services. In this context, I will also try to mention some things about novelties in the field of electronic identity, because yesterday the Parliament passed in the second reading the law on electronic identity and trustworthy services. One of the new things brought by this law is that legal entities will be able to create digital seals. That actually means a digital signature of a legal entity. How this can help or what added value could they have? That would include automation of some processes, especially decision making, information of certain clients, of certain entities that we interact with, meaning that these certificates for the digital seal will be installed in some systems, and the systems will ensure the automated signing of some letters, notifications, and so on. Now, about MobiSign, on Wednesday in the government meeting, a government decision was passed about the governmental service for electronic and mobile signatures. If there are questions, I can give more explanation about what this service is about, but actually it is a national identity scheme and a tool for digital signature that we want to be qualified. So this will be followed by some formal legal actions to achieve its status. And as opposite to existing solutions, MobiSign will only rely on an app, on a service provider, trustworthy service provider infrastructure. As opposite to existing solutions, it will not require the user to have a specific tool like a SIM card or cryptographic something. So the user will only need a smart device, tablet or phone, and internet connection. In this formula, the MobiSign service will allow users to use this tool both on the territory of Moldova and outside of the country, not having any geographic or other type of constraints. Another element of MobiSign is that it will be provided for free to the users, meaning that everyone that will use this service will be able to use it for free to get authenticated in various IT systems, both in the public and the private sector, and will be able to create signatures, to sign documents, to make transactions, to use this service without having to pay for it. In our opinion, this is a quite important element, and I will give you maybe a sad number than what was mentioned. It is sadder, but we really hope that MobiSign will come to overturn the statistics that exist. So today, speaking of users of electronic identity and digital signature, we have around 150,000 unique users, which is 6 to 7% of the adult population of Moldova. And you realize that's very little, and it affects both the development of services in the public sector and services in the private sector. I mentioned an important element of digital identity in a national scheme is the portability of this identity, which means that companies that want to register some clients remotely without using interaction tools like video conference or Face ID apps, they could register their clients using the identity from the MobiSign service. Another important element what companies could use is to allow authentication in apps, mobile or web apps, through which they provide services through the MobiSign service. And the last element, which is also quite important and would contribute to facilitating services and ensure their security, and it's also the possibility to put digital signatures on documents through this service. What does that mean? It will decrease the effort for companies to develop their own solutions of digital registration of clients. It would reduce the burden of maintaining infrastructure for this system of identification and signing. Overall, that's the electronic identity.
The next aspect I would like to refer to are the public services. The public services, in particular the digitalization and providing them in electronic format to people and to businesses, is a priority of the government. As you might have seen in the action plan of the government and the latest laws that were approved, the government would like to provide electronic services both at counters and fully in online environment. The law passed at the end of 2021, Law on Public Services, stipulates that individuals and businesses should have access to services, both physical and electronic. I will list some essential elements that underpin the development of the future public services in electronic format. And these are the following. The first important element is to be able to order an electronic service and its result to be, this service to be provided online electronically. I mean, all sorts of certificates, authorizations, permits, and so on. The second element of electronic services to be developed is that there should be a possibility to access them remotely, both from within the country and from abroad. Another important element related to the provision of public services is that the beneficiaries should provide data to public authorities only one single time. So it means that if an individual submitted any information or document to an entity, then the other entities, if they need this data or documents, to be able to get it from the first without requesting repeated submission from the individual. Another important element that we are guided by and that we would like to implement soon is the implementation of solutions that would allow, that would automate the public service provision process. It means that in an autonomous regime, without interacting with an operator, for the individual to be able to benefit of that service. The public service, public sector services have or can be grouped in three main categories. First, issuance of permits. Second, issuance of excerpts or confirmations. And three, registration of various events or data in public registries. For the issuance of permits, we do have some elements that have to be approved. The second element regarding confirmations and excerpts, we would like in the long run to totally remove them. I mean excerpts from state registries or public registries. And the idea is that everyone who needs such excerpts to be able to access electronically the registers and check the data there. But until we reach that point, we need a transition period, considering the fact that some data in the state registries have to be improved, we have to enhance their quality. And for that transition period, we would like for these excerpts to be delivered electronically and to be submitted to other institutions that need them electronically as well. To simplify the access to these documents, we would like for this data to be generated, because this simplifies the access to this service and simplifies and saves time. They can be generated when requested by one single click. To make the electronic services more attractive and to increase the number of users, they are grouped. We can divide them in two components. First, that they are comfortable. You can access this service quickly using electronic tools that you have. And as they are not influenced by geographical location. And the second element that we rely on is the affordability. So the costs should be enough to cover the efforts made by authorities to provide the services. And why not, in order to increase the demand for electronic services, some services should be available for free. For example, we try to do this with MobiSign in order to encourage more people to adopt it. That's why we decided to try to deliver this service free of charge. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I am ready to answer them. So you can do it now or at the end, at the Q&A at the end of the session. You can even later contact us. You can come to the e-governance agency. We're very open. And if we receive any feedback or objections or comments from individuals, they are very helpful to us. So we kindly encourage you to come to us, to contact us, and to send us any feedback or recommendations that you have. We will do it with pleasure, especially that in the Digital Transformation Committee, we have a high interest in the activities that are provided by the e-governance agency. In particular, when we speak about the payment area, because we have a joint interest in this topic. So we will definitely use this recommendation of yours, and we will come to you as soon as possible. We will try to ask for a meeting with you where we could elaborate on the payments, because for sure, if we gave you more time for your speech, for sure you would have addressed and pay and other related services. So we will use this invitation that you launched now. Thank you. We were discussing about the government side and how the effort to digitalize public services contributes to increasing the financial inclusiveness. And this is a very important tool that would ensure the interest or appetite for services, including financial services, delivered by the private sector. What I would like for us to do next is to continue the discussion about tools that are available in the private sector, for us to try to understand the situation in the private sector. We were discussing in the first panel today that, for example, the traditional financial institutions, the banks, now need to invest more efforts in order to be aligned with the payment service providers, non-banking ones, who are regulated now according to the same rules as the banking sector by the National Bank of Moldova. And we were discussing that the market is interested in identifying interesting services. Given the efforts, Iuri, you are connected to many processes related to the digitalization or to the provision of these services, especially the non-banking ones. Could you please elaborate on this topic? How we can promote financial inclusion. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. In reality, the situation of 2020, when COVID started, and changed quickly the vision and the development trends. And myself personally and the customers that we work with have felt this development quicker among payment service providers. If we are to speak about classical financial institution, they need more time to take decisions. So we need a connection to accept a payment by cards. They needed 2 weeks to accept them, but the payment service providers reacted quicker. And I think they helped, they were the first to help traders in order to adjust to the new realities imposed by COVID restrictions. Banks saw that, and now they are trying to change the internal rules as well, and they are trying to change the conditions to accept. At the same time, another possibility was created that we've seen what should be done. We need openness by the regulators in this area. The business is always asking for more, that is clear. And if we are speaking, what I want to say now is about a loyal competition. I don't speak about payment service providers. This is not the problem. The problem is that Law 114 of 2002 provides some exceptions from the scope of this law. At the same time, during 2020-2021, some of the business operators using these exceptions started to provide services that are close, that are at the limit. And why this is unloyal competition? Because the banks and the payment service providers are checked by the same regulator, are always monitored, are always controlled, and the funds are protected. And companies that are playing at this level are beyond this limited game, and they are more flexible, and they can provide services quicker. At the same time, these services are somehow create this unloyal, non-loyal competition, which results in the fact that banks and the payment service providers are losing their market. They can lose their market. And as a result of that, we can see some bad developments in this area. This is a natural thing, which I believe should be somehow regulated. We understand that the Central Bank of Moldova also has some limitations. At the same time, there are some other state bodies. I mean, the Minister of Finance, State Tax Service. In this case, an internal cooperation among them can create but in reality, the market that we are discussing will grow quicker. So what was discussed earlier about the sandbox, in reality, we say that if we have this limitation, what the business is looking for, I believe that the business is looking for clear rules, what this exception means. Where these exceptions end. We need a clear definition. The law cannot cover all the situations. The law gives some guidelines. At the same time, there are some comments that can be that can allow to another thing. I would like to speak about digitalization. Today, the colleagues have confirmed that the payment service providers have tested full connection at the payment system. As I understand, starting with Monday, this will be launched publicly, but again, there are some limitations. The payment service providers are limited to minimum amounts and only twice a day. can do the clearing. Yes, the clearing. The banks can do it independently and they can do it instantly. Another thing, on the basis of my own experience, and I believe that the colleagues from e-governance can confirm that, we know that the National Bank is developing now instant banking. In reality, this is a huge step that should be done. The quicker it is done, the better for the whole society. A suggestion is the following: to invite players in this area. I mean, the banks, payment service providers, to be invited at an early stage of the consultation. For example, when the agreement is signed, when we have some preliminary agreements, I believe it would be correct for bank representatives, the representatives, to be invited at the working group discussions in order to avoid a situation when we have a product which is good, but is not used. My personal experience is with e-invoice. This is a product that was very much weighted by the businesses, but when it was launched, it was not very much accepted because of the lack of discussions at the development stage. So there was no discussion with the users of the system when the system was being developed. So we do understand, and as the governor said, 2014 to 2018, it was very difficult because everybody was dealing with the aftermath of the financial crisis that we had in the country. And it is very good that now the National Bank has more leverages and time to discuss with the business and to develop the tools, the digital tools. And we hope that this cooperation will be for the benefit of the country and benefit of everyone. Thank you very much, Iuri. You have mentioned the steps that you waited as a representative of the business community on the dimension of the regulator. Are there any other authorities that the payment service providers are interacting, both banking or non-banking, that we will have to draw the attention to? We'll have to raise the flag, showing the things that would need to be improved in this interaction in order to make sure that we have covered everybody as an area of interest. No, there are other areas as well. So when we speak about fintech, we speak about cashless payment. The statistical growth that the National Bank is publishing, we can see a huge growth of payments with the credit card, but at the same time, we understand that there are other possibilities to change the practices of individuals of paying in cash. So we have to somehow invite and engage the Parliament, the government, Minister of Finance, State Tax Service to get engaged and change this approach. Because we somehow think too much about risk. It was mentioned today. We try to cover all of the risks. But coming from business, I am sure that risks will always exist. For example, nobody knew about COVID. Nobody could envisage this risk. So there will be always a risk, but we have to continue developing, because unless we develop, we will not progress, because we have to be open for reforms. We have to be open for digitalization. My personal opinion is that sometimes for me, it is very difficult to think that having such major developments such as electronic signature, M-Cloud, M-Pay. Nevertheless, we cannot do everything with one single click. So my suggestion would be for all of us together to think what we have to do. The openness of the authorities is needed to promote the country's development. We have two resources, as it was mentioned. We have people and land.
Eu cred că vreau leacă mai mult, căci comparativ cu clienții 150 de ce.
I believe one.
Dar asta înseamnă unde noi putem să lucrăm și să dezvoltăm acest domeniu și anume aceasta o să ne permite să.
So I think we have to develop this area. We have to develop our people, and this will help us increase the volume of non-cash transactions and the rethinking of all of the processes in the country, and as a result, diminishing the costs, because everybody is talking always about the cost of using the credit cards as a payment method or any other method of payment. Even the study that we've done, we can develop a system, a separate system. At the same time, the National Bank is developing the instant payment that can be used as a system, so we can be more innovative in this area. Thank you very much. You have reminded, I wanted to make a comment. I wanted to make it when Vadim was speaking, and I want to make it now, and I do not resist. I have to make it now. So I remember in my previous activity, so for a public authority, it is much better for the interaction that the citizen has with the authority to be digital, because the cost of processing the electronic reports is much lower than the cost of entering data manually into a database. So it would be much better for everyone for the statement to be submitted electronically. So when we were discussing with people, we were saying, look, everything is simple. You just make one click, the algorithm, everything signs. You confirm the signature with one click. If you want to return, you can again do it by one click. Everything is fantastic. Why there are so few of us using the e-signature? I remember people were looking at me, and so what can I do with this electronic signature? To submit the declaration once a year? No, thank you. That's why everything that you are telling us now, that more services are being developed, and this operability is ensured, and there will be a possibility to submit only once the data, and then you will not be asked to deliver the second time and the third time the same data to other authorities. So this will significantly facilitate the fact that you are thinking about this interaction bridge between the public environment and the private sector is also very important. And I believe that Iuri will agree, the more we have such interactions, the better for everyone. Of course, complying with all rules of the game. When we speak about the fact that Iuri, if I understand correctly, your call was that we have to make sure that all the stakeholders that are engaged, as it happened with Yina, that all the stakeholders engaged to work, to cooperate harmoniously without bothering each other. Not to have a jazz, but not an improvised jazz, but to have a kind of a classical song that is easier to be perceived and understood better by the audience, compared with a jazz improvisation where each instrument has its own voice. Do you have any questions, Mr. Sild?
If you have any questions that you would like to address to our colleagues, you are more than welcome to do so. I cannot hear you. The most popular thing 2 years from now. We cannot hear you.
I am sorry. I would very respectfully decline this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
I have a question to Vadim. We were discussing this morning about the KYC. And how do you think we'll be able to use MobiSign as a tool? Is MobiSign connected to the state registries, to the population register, to have the information about citizens in one single place? But for it to be checked, authorized by the state. And for the bank using applications to be able to identify this customer. I have to clarify how users are registered with MobiSign. The first registration will be done with the physical presence. Providers will check, and then we'll have to register it. At the first step, the registration will be done on the territory of the Republic of Moldova, and abroad, the registration of users will be done via the diplomatic missions and consular offices. We also have discussions to extend the list of centers that can do the registration in MobiSign services. Here we speak about the local public authorities, some banking institutions that expressed their intention to register the customers, notaries that could also provide this support. And a very important element that we are discussing about is the possibility to register the customers or users of MobiSign remotely. Mr. Tarlev previously, in the previous panel, spoke about the possibility to use it. The first one would be to use the face identification together with some elements of intelligent scanning of an ID document or reading the data from a chip of a biometric document, and then comparing this data with the data including in the state register. The provider will be the Service of Information and Cybersecurity, which is also providing today's services, but using a different tool. So in the MobiSign services, the provider will be this institution. The PTI infrastructure that this institution has and the information system that it has are interconnected with the e-governance infrastructure, including with the state register of the population. In the certificates of public and private keys, which are generated for users, are also recorded as a set of data about that user. With the MobiSign Signet service, from the perspective of financial institutions and other private sectors, we are viewing it from two perspectives. There is no need to have a physical interaction or a physical communication between the operator, provider, and the customer via video conference or audio call. We see the possibility to register the client using only the MobiSign service. The identity provided by a third party is accurate, authentic, and should provide enough trust for the banking sector. I believe that there is a need for this interaction. And as Iuri said, there are risks and there will be always risks. The use of traditional tools or electronic tools is not that much of a difference. The risks may change in form, but it does not mean that the risks will disappear. No, we had the situation of 2014, we have the current situation, which shows that risks exist and some risks occur, even if we use the traditional methods. For the banking sector, how I see it for the first stage, a banking institution could register the customer, open a bank account, and to use some prevention measures for the customers at the counter. For example, to open a salary account without interacting, not even via the internet, via a video conference or an audio call, to open a salary account, a social account, to receive payments without having to go to perform lots of transactions there on the site. So the banking institution can apply some prudential measures to impose some or to apply some ceilings and then to monitor my behavior. Also, in the context of the electronic platform of remote registration, we are thinking about the configuration of some video conference instruments that would allow the interaction of provider with their customers via this application, the immediate registration without having to have this conversation, and then the storage of this conversation in case of some conflicts or litigations in order to have evidence. So banks could reuse these tools, but I believe that for the first stage, they could use it in this formula. They could use the MobiSend service. Thank you very much. We have a question from the room.
Deci, compania noastră deja acceptă semnătură electronică la înregistrarea utilizatorilor deja în jur de 3 ani. Ce pot să spun? Da, 3 ani în urmă, undeva cu această metodă de a înregistra, de a trece identificarea.
I am using the electronic services for 3 years. And if 3 years ago, we had 2 or 3 people a month to register. But now we have dozens of people a day. We can see an increase. Using electronic signature, we, financial institution, receive only an agreement and the ID number of the person that gave this consent. As financial institution, we need to have all the data, including the name, last name, and other data to record that person. What we are doing now, we request this data, ask, and after a certain period of time, an operator you know that you can have access to check if the data entered by the user coincide with the data in the state register. We sent a request to the Public Service Agency requesting API. The agency said that they have the API, but only the state organizations can have access to it. and this data cannot be shared with private organizations. And this is quite weird for me because first, this would simplify for us, for the organizations that are providing payment service, will simplify the identification, and we will not have to request this data to be entered manually by customers. And also we have to check this data in an independent source. And number two, we of course have some responsibilities for our employees. Will use this access only for the intended purposes. And myself, as a manager of a company, cannot be sure that the operator are not. Yes, we have some reporting once a month who accessed what data, but this is done post facto. And if we have access via API, we can simplify all of our procedures. And this will avoid the risk of people using this data for other purposes than intended. And the company will know for sure that no one will use this system for unintended purposes. And this will simplify the internal procedures, both for the client and for the company. And the second thing, the same can be done for a legal entity to register, especially that all the managers and chief accountants have an electronic signature. This is great. We must have this trust that the person that is signing the request to open an electronic account, we have to understand that they have the right to sign. In a company, for example, in our company, about 10 people have electronic signature, but it does not mean that all 10 people have the right to sign and open accounts with financial institutions. This is a barrier, an impediment to us. We will launch online registration for legal entities. And another recommendation that I have, if an organization, if a new organization that is being registered in with the public service agency is obliged to use electronic service to submit reports, why? Well, this is like an idea, I understand, but why we, with the statutory documents, can't we submit the electronic signatures as well? Thank you very much. I guess that the answer is, the question is for Vadim. Well, that actually was not a question, that's more of a comment. With your permission, I'll make some suggestions to Mr. Artyom, if I'm not mistaken, regarding the consumption of data of individuals that would like to be registered as clients of your company, and data about the companies that would like to become your customers. So as a suggestion, you could use another government service, I mean the mConnect platform, which contains the same data from the state registration of the population and the register of units of law. And this platform has an API for you to get connected. The second element regarding the mandate. So how do you know that the person that is signing and claims to sign on behalf of the company is mandated to do so? the e-governance agency launched in 2020 another service, Empower. And using this service, individuals and representatives of companies can provide this mandate, and the law does not request the need to have a notary authentication. For example, a financial sector company can list the type of mandates that they accept so that individuals can represent their companies in relationship with your company. Another issue related to the number of users. I said that there are 150,000 unique users. We do not have a diversified market of these users. Most of them are based on two large groups. These are declarations from the public sector that every year have to submit the wealth and interest declaration. And the second major group are representatives of the companies that should submit various financial reports with the tax authorities. And there are about 40,000 active companies. And from here we have other 50, 60,000 users. The other individuals have not shown interest to use electronic signature, and because we are in a kind of a vicious cycle. They say we don't need electronic signature because I don't have what to do with it, because there are no electronic services on one side, and on the other side they say that we are not developing electronic services because we don't have users with an electronic signature. So our goal is to break this vicious cycle and to provide identity as simple as possible, and then to provide attractive and affordable electronic services both for individuals and businesses. We can continue this discussion later bilaterally, what you could do to benefit of more qualitative services. I remembered now, I think that I believe could bring some value added to what we're discussing now. When the obligation of submitting tax returns via electronic means was introduced, first it was for VAT payers, then companies that have more than a certain number of employees. Now it's companies more than 5 employees have to submit electronically the returns. But initially, about 5 years ago, I remember that there was a huge resistance, because before this was included as an obligation, there were very few to submit electronically. And then 3 rounds of submissions were needed for people who were initially reluctant and resistant to come to us and thank us for this opportunity, because after 3 rounds of submitting electronic returns, they understood how easy it is, how efficient it is. So I encourage you to continue with your developments, because yes, of course, initially there is some reluctance, some resistance, because people are taken out of their comfort zone. But the services have to be attractive, have to be intuitive, so that they're easy to be used. You need to be at a 1-click distance, as Iuri said, not at a distance of 14 clicks to submit. I'm just joking, of course. I'm giving as an example. But indeed, they need to be very user-friendly. I believe that people will get used to it, and that would benefit both the private sector, because the level of accepting digital services and digital interaction will be higher, and this indirectly will bring benefits to the private sector. Sergey, if you would like to add something to what we have discussed here, considering that you are one of the biggest promoters of cashless and everything, I believe that you could do it. I am glad that our country is focused on digitalization of the services, of the relationship between the population. I believe that we can help the central bank with financial education. So please kindly include us in all of your events. We have teaching materials that are quite good, both from the region and worldwide, materials for financial education, and we can participate actively in this process. And I hope that next year, when we meet for the next conference, we will have much more encouraging data about financial education, about using mobile signature in our country. And I would like to thank a lot all of the participants, the organizers, Amcham, Veronica, thank you very much for organizing this event. And we kindly invite you to other events that will be organized by Amcham. We'll have several of them this year. And we are waiting for you to attend the DTFINCON 23. Yes, indeed, I fully agree with this invitation. And as the last topics were somehow connected with the tax issues, what I want to tell you is that the next major event will be TaxCon. This is another event that we are proud of and we like very much. And it will be the third edition already. And traditionally, we'll have a panel focusing on digital transformation in the tax area. There are lots of things to be discussed there. We kindly invite you to attend that event as well. Now, I would like to thank you for making to the end. And I am sure that as a result of these 2 days, many of you that maybe did not understood certain mechanisms now have a better understanding of those mechanisms. And those of you that are unaware of some opportunities brought by digital transformation are more aware of those opportunities now. And now we have a higher awareness of digital transformation. And we have to work together to make sure that both dimensions develop harmoniously further on. Thank you very much and see you next year.